It's my honor and pleasure to open this year's edition of the Danube Ports Days on the premises of the Danube Commission. On behalf of the Secretariat of the Danube Commission and also on behalf of the main organizer of this event, Pro Danube, I would like to welcome all participants, those which took the efforts to come here in our beautiful Budapest and in our beautiful building, and also those which are joining online. I would especially like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. János Kerekkiátó, Deputy State Secretary from the Ministry of Construction and Transport of Hungary. Mr. Kerekkiátó, thank you very much for taking the efforts also to come and to join us. It's a great honor and a pleasure to have you here for the first time in the Danube Commission. But I hope that you also will enjoy our opening. Ladies and gentlemen, the Danube Ports Days were launched by Pro Danube International already in the year 2017. Yeah? And as part of a project called Daphne, wonderful lady's name. And this project was funded by the European Union. What else? Yeah. In the Danube Transnational program. And we had there a Danube Port Info Day taking place in May in the Transport Logistics Fair in Munich. And then in October, a Danube Port Policy Day. Yeah? So we separated the promotion of the Danube ports from, let's say, the discussions on the political framework. Now we have integrated these two issues into one event. And over the years, the Danube Port Days have certainly established themselves as a leading event for the exchange of information between the Danube ports and beyond the Danube region with ports in Western Europe. And this is also explains why we have here almost 100 participants in total online and presence from more than, I think, 12 countries. Yeah? So it is focusing on the Danube, but for sure the Danube is a very important region economical wise in Europe. For the Danube Commission, the Danube Port Days are an ideal complement to its annual expert group meeting on the development of the Danube ports and the ports operations. That's the name of our expert group. And this expert group was launched in the year 2021 when we realized that we have working groups with the waterway administrations. We have working groups also with the navigation authorities and other specific topics. But we are not working really focused with the Danube administrations, with the Danube port administrations, and also with the industry. And that's why this expert group is now aiming at the 27 port administrations, which manage the 76 port locations along the 2,414 kilometers of the Danube waterway. We also include the private sector, the private operators in our talks. The port expert group meeting has a fixed framework agenda, and this agenda is focusing on developments in European port policy, digitalisation, decarbonization, as well as the development in national port policies and port corporations. The next meeting of this expert group is scheduled for 26th of March 2025 in Budapest, and those which are now taking out the pencil to put that into the agenda, then please also mark the 25th of March, because the day in the afternoon before, we also will host again the Synergy project, which is an EU-funded innovation project also dealing with ports, a bit more with the seaports, but we also have sea ports in the Danube region and not only inland ports. Together with the Port Expert Group, we were able to initiate the joint statement for Danube port authorities and port stakeholders on the decarbonization and sustainability of river and seaports in the Danube region. That's quite a long title for a policy document. But what does that mean? It means that by signing this joint declaration, the port administrations and the port stakeholders commit to developing a strategy and an action plan to reduce CO2 emissions and to implement environmental and sustainable management systems. 6 ports have already signed this political declaration, and I expect many more to follow suit next year. This is not only because the need to reduce CO2 emissions become more visible because of the negative impact of climate change becomes more visible, but also because the regulatory framework for emission savings gradually becomes more complete. Just to mention the corporate sustainability reporting directive, taxonomy regulation, the renewable energy directive 3, and many more pieces of EU legislation which are part of the Green Deal and the Fit for, particularly the Fit for 55 package. There is consequently no alternative that ports and their companies must contribute to achieving the ambitious climate targets of the European Union. And it's not only the targets of the European Union, it's also the targets of the member states and also the non-EU member states. The Danube countries also have the same, share the same ambitious climate targets. However, this means in particular that the port authorities, the port administrations are called upon to play an active role. And I would even say to be the leaders by both actively greening the activities of the port administration on one hand, but also providing the impetus for the greening of the economic activities in the entire port area. I think this is also something what is clear. Not only the port administration, if they are sustainable, if they have sustainable business practices, this is not enough. They also will have to motivate and to build favorable microclimate also for CO2 emission savings and for sustainable port operations. With the annual expert meeting of the Danube Commission in March and the Danube Ports Days in November, I dare to say that we have an ideal situation for a continuous and comprehensive know-how and experience exchange between the port administrations, the port service providers, and also the entire port industry, including also academia, consultancy, along the main topics for the further development of the port locations and the port industry in the Danube region. This situation, having 2 major events every year for the ports, for the Danube ports, this also enables EU-funded projects such as the Horizon Europe project, Synergy, Pioneer, and many others, and in particular the very important EC commissioned Green Inland Port Study coordinated by Organised to work intensively with the port community towards the exploitation of their results. Therefore, the Green Inland Port Study, which is a key measure of the NIADES 3 action plan, is a permanent guest in both events since the study started almost 2 years ago. Today, it also will be a central element on our agenda. And I'm convinced that in particular this study, but as I said also, the results from other EU-funded projects will provide important guidelines and tools for the greening of the Danube ports and thus enabling them to achieve the objectives also of the joint declaration on decarbonization and sustainability, because this is just also a political show of the intention and willingness to contribute to the climate goals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not a coincidence that the Danube Commission is hosting the Danube Ports today. I dare to say this is the result of many years of close cooperation with the Danube Ports community, and in particular with the Pro Danube International as the driving force behind the Danube Ports Days. Let me also stress that the cooperation with the Danube Ports and their companies is also an essential part of the new direction of the Danube Commission. As a coordination and cooperation platform for the Danube countries, functioning as a competence center for the 7 EU member states and the 3 EU candidate countries in the Danube region, the Danube Commission supports its members in the further development of a competitive and environmentally friendly and intelligent transport system on the Danube, because the Danube waterway is a key element for a prosperous economy in the Danube region. We are now talking about also sustainable industry, clean deal for industry competitiveness. Many industries in the Danube region are only competitive with the help of transportation on the Danube, and I think that is also what we have to acknowledge, and we hopefully will also see strongly then in the forthcoming new European Union mobility policy. The technical assistance agreement which has been concluded between the European Commission, DG Move, and the Danube Commission in 2022 enables the Danube Commission to be more active than before, and allows us also to play an active role in coordinating and hosting activities of stakeholders from port and from the inland navigation stakeholder community, member states representatives, and the very important the services also of the European Commission. And here I think it's time and opportunity to express my gratitude to Mrs. Wolska representing DG Move today in Budapest. Your support is also key for not only for so many projects, but also that we are able to host all these projects in our wonderful premises. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to come to an end in my opening words, and I would like to ask Mr. János Kerekgyártó, as I said, Deputy State Secretary, to give his welcoming remarks. Please, János.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Ministry of Construction and Transport of Hungary, it's a great pleasure to me to welcome you to this conference in Budapest, and of course the colleagues in the online space as well. My name is, as mentioned, János Kerekgyártó. I'm Deputy State Secretary for Transport Authority Affairs in the Ministry. It's a great honor for us, and I would like to thank to Pro Danube and to Danube Commission that you have chosen Budapest as the venue of this event. I would like to thank also the organizers, the speakers, and all those who contributed to this conference. The river Danube is not only a natural treasure, but also an economic and cultural resource too. It's also an important factor in today's economy, and its importance may increase even further in the future. One of the most important challenges of the current European and national level economic and transport policies, how to answer the challenges of the competitiveness and the sustainability at the same time. It means how to increase the competitiveness and sustainability without derogating each other. Many discussions, reports, and conferences are about these challenges, but one part of the solution is clear. We have to increase the proportion of sustainable transport modes in the whole transportation sector. It means to increase the share and the competitiveness of the rail transport and the waterways transportation. The river is of strategic importance for an economic and commercial point of view. It is one of the most important inland shipping routes in Europe, which enables goods to be transported in a more sustainable, environmentally friendly, and potentially more cost-effective way than land transport or road transport. I hope that the cost-effective and environmentally friendly transport of the river can be further increased with the development that protect environmental values at the same time. As you may know, currently Hungary holds the presidency of the Council of the European Union. Among most important goals of the Hungarian presidency program, there are several items that have importance for the Danube as well. In order to increase the competitiveness of our continent, competitiveness of the transport sector must be increased. Shipping by water is usually cheaper than shipping by road or air, especially for large quantities for goods. Danube ships can transport a large amount of goods, which also reduce costs. In order to increase competitiveness, it's necessary to increase multimodality, better connection to the water transport network, the modernization and infrastructure development of transport hubs, such as inland ports, as well as decarbonization, digitalisation, and data sharing between different transport modes. The other high priority of importance is sustainability. One of the biggest challenges is the promotion of sustainability and the enhancement of the green transition. Water transport pollutes less than other transport modes, so that is not a question that we have to increase the share of water transport in the future. However, it is important that this should not lead to increased pollution of the Danube, and we have to preserve the natural environment of the river. The third highlighted priority of the Hungarian presidency, a connection with the Balkan Peninsula. The improvement of the cooperation with the Balkan countries is also very important, and the Danube has a prominent role in this. It connects the EU member states with, among others, Serbia, Ukraine, and the Black Sea. The Danube connection can play an important role in enhancing cooperation with these countries. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that Danube is not only a heritage of the past, but also the opportunity of the present and also a common task for the future. By working together, we can ensure that the river can continue to contribute to Europe's economic growth, cultural richness, and environmental sustainability. In this spirit, I would like to wish you a successful conference and a meaningful discussion for today and tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary, for your wise words. And as the Danube Commission is in one of your buildings, I dare to say that we have an excellent cooperation with the seat country. And we really like to hear also that Hungary puts on the development of the Danube as a waterway and its ports into its strategic importance in the political framework of this country. So thank you very much for this. Well, I think now it's time to hand over and to ask Robert Raphael from Pro Danube to set the scene for the Danube Ports 2024. Please, Robert.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon on behalf of the Pro Danube team. I will steal the remote control because we have prepared some slides. Well, as mentioned, Robert Raphael is my name, and we have, I think, the largest event in this room so far when it comes to the number of participants. And it's a pleasure to coordinate this. As Mr. Zaitz already mentioned, it's a history with the Danube Ports Days, but after COVID, it's now the second what we host in a physical or actually in a hybrid manner. Last year, we were almost 100 people in the room of ThinkPort in Vienna. That was there the threshold or the upper limit. Today, we were told 70 is the maximum. I think we are also close there. So that is regards to housekeeping rules. First of all, I think most of you already know we are not allowed to bring in food, coffee, and tea inside the meeting room. It's only water which is allowed. Toilets have, when you are looking at the entrance, from the left-hand side. And all of you who would like to speak, please seat it. And please use microphones on the desk. For the online speakers, As Mr. Zaitz also mentioned, we would like to favor those who took the efforts to travel here to Budapest, despite that there is some bank holiday or school holiday in quite some countries. So we would like to encourage a lively discussion on both days here in the meeting room. Nevertheless, we are welcoming questions in the chat box on the WebEx. My colleagues are continuing the WebEx chat, and we will post the questions comes there. As mentioned, we have the work to very strong work together projects, funded projects, the Danube Ports study project, and the SYNERGETICS. This time, or compared to last year, all projects have very clever milestones. I think there's a problem with the mic. Hopefully then it's better like this. Thank you. So compared or in comparison with last year's event, all the projects have now very tangible takeaways and very good progress in their proceedings. So this year's edition for the Danube Ports Days, we wanted to really make it lively based on results or already available results from the past years. So our intention was not to bother you with deliverable 3.6.2.7 and milestone 62, but we picked topics. The modal shift, multimodality, is one of the discussions, one of the topics for today, and enhanced by digitalisation, and also bringing in very good practices from pathfinders and well-settled companies that will take place today. And on the next slide, you can see that our next topic is about measuring calculation of emission in ports and making greening possible, supporting tools for ports, also enhanced by digitalization. That's more a presentation session tomorrow. However, it will be followed up by a very, very dense panel discussion moderated by Mr. Zaitz, where we will come back to those points from the user's perspective as well. So basically, we have put together quite a dense agenda. Some people were asking whether isn't it too much. We will see, but at least so far we are excellent on time, and from the experience of last year, we can say that we will manage that perfectly with your contribution. Later this evening, there will be a cruise. I will come back to you with all the details at our last presentation around 5 o'clock to tell you how it will work. We have excellent weather, so you will be able to enjoy the very nice view of Buda and Pest from the Danube River. As mentioned, Pro Danube International really finds the ports as very important logistics and potentially energy hubs in Europe. And for that, we are encouraging all our stakeholders to come together regularly with us and discuss the topics, time by time raise projects, and follow up on these at such major events like the Danube Ports Days. These projects and all the initiatives are obviously very well connected to the initiatives of the European Commission, especially DG Move, who is also our funding partner in several projects together with the agency SYNEA. Thank you very much for your support in these actions and measures. And without further ado with this, I would like to ask Marta Wolska to address us with her keynote speech and to introduce us to DG Move's current topics on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you and discuss future of inland waterway transport and underline how important role ports are playing in this sector. But first, I would like to take this opportunity to thanks to the organizer of this event, Pro Danube, and hosting part, the Danube Commission, and supporting projects already mentioned, MultiRELOAD, Green Inland Ports, and Innovation Action SYNERGETICS. Inland waterways, as everybody knows, can offer a cleaner alternative for transport, and important element of the inland waterway transport are ports. There are a lot of challenges ahead of us. As follow-up from the sustainable and smart mobility strategy, the Commission has adopted the NAIADES Free Action Plan, which is the Commission's program for inland navigation up to 2027. We have set two core objectives: shifting more freight to inland waterways and setting the sector on path to zero emission. Everything underpinned by shift towards further digitalisation. And as I looked at our agenda and what was presented by Robert, I noticed that we are perfectly fit with our agenda to the objective of NAIADES, so multimodality, emissions and digitalization, green energy solutions. And if I'm not mistaken, it's also, in line with the priorities of the Hungarian presidency. But today I would like to focus on challenges for inland ports, because they will play more and more important role in the transport network. With the new TEN-T regulation, we see that inland ports remain essential nodes in our European transport network. The several crises which have gone through in the past years, COVID pandemics or the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, have also evidenced the critical roles that our ports play for our supply chains. And the Danube and the Danube ports is the perfect example how to handle such difficult situation. Ports will be key players in the green transition. As set out in the European Green Deal and Smart Sustainable Mobility Strategy, we need ports to develop their sustainable profile and contribute to reducing the climate and environmental impact of transport. Ports can do this in at least three ways. First of all, ports have an important role to play for the provision of clean energy to vessels, in particular to ensure the supply of short side as required by the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation. Secondly, there is important business opportunity to seize for ports to become green energy hubs for the entire economy. Some ports have already taken steps in this direction, like investing in facilities for the hydrogen and other clean fuels. Thirdly, ports must also reduce emissions from their own operations, such as cargo handling, and from their hinterland connection by shifting this to rail, of course, if it is possible, because the rail and inland waterways are our clean, green modes of transport. The reduction of emissions from vessels in ports and from the other port activities is particularly important for ports situated close to cities. And this is the example of Budapest last year in Vienna, where in the recent years we have seen ports becoming a much more integrated and attractive part of the city where citizens like to live. This symbiosis gives rise to new challenges, like in terms of air pollution and noise. Addressing these issues will be key for ports to be able to continue to operate and grow. The study we are currently undertaking, already mentioned Green Inland Port Study, is looking in this opportunity how to support inland ports to set up objectives on the reducing emissions. A particular focus is given to providing environmental and sustainable management system tools and implement coordinated actions for sustainable port management. This could also help facilitate the greening efforts of smaller ports, but you will hear about the details later on during our discussion. And one thing, digitalization, and indispensable factor of our world. With the revision of River Information Services Directive, we see the leading role for inland ports in the digital chain to exchange the data on cargo traffic between all key players, operators, waterway managers. Inland ports must be a part of this system to remain efficient and reliable. Our goals cannot be reached in the short term, but we want to pave the way towards the long-term achievement of these goals with our NAIADES-free actions. And last, but probably one of the most important elements, financing. As you know, we are approaching the end of the current multi-annual financial framework. It will be 2027. And we already started the discussion about the new MFF. But at this point, we cannot anticipate how we will shape this budget for the future. Therefore, it is so important that the sector will play together and to do all to ensure the proper financing of inland ports and inland navigation at all levels, regional, national, and EU. So that's all from my side. I would like to thank all of you to be here, as it shows that this topic is really important for us. Wishing you a fruitful discussion, and thanks for the perfect weather.
Thank you very much, Marta, for the welcoming word and the keynote speech. Message is very well taken, and I think we will be able to show quite some takeaways and already intermediate results from several projects. It's our pleasure to bring together these projects. Pro Danube is partner in the Green Inland Port Study and in the MultiRELOAD project. We are not partner in the SYNERGETICS, but several of our members are there. So it's an excellent dissemination opportunity, and I think it's an excellent exercise and an excellent practice that we can, for the second time, bring together these three stakeholders who more or less work into the same direction. When it's a joint work, then obviously when coming and talking about ports, it's very important to have with us the European Federation of Inland Ports, whereas this time Turi Fiorito was not able to join us because he is preparing, or he is participating in other meetings and he is preparing for a lot of meetings next week. But he has sent us a video message which our colleagues will put on the screen right now. So the floor is Turi's with his recorded video message on the keynote.
Welcome to another edition of the Danube Ports Days. This annual event remains the leading moment for ports to meet and cooperate in the region. I'm sad to miss it. As AFIP, we remain your voice in Europe. And today, that is more important than ever. For the last 5 years, we have been working hard to setting objectives for Europe to be competitive and sustainable. But now we have to realize them also in our ports. For ports, this requires that we invest a lot in infrastructure and future industries. But this requires long-term and predictable support to both ourselves and our clients. At the same time now, the EU is starting the discussion on its own next budget. We need to make sure, both at home and in Brussels, that we explain how important our sector is and in what ways we can contribute to the competitiveness of Europe. And this support has to be accessible to all ports. Under SEP 2, we have seen that it's very difficult for ports to realize the funding that they need, while other sectors, especially railway, are having more funding than ourselves. This is a problem if we want to reach the transformation that is foreseen. This is why AFIP is prioritizing under SEP 3 that inland ports are recognized properly and given the investments they need to realize the objectives we have set together. The success of the Rhine-Danube corridor depends on this support for the long term. I look forward to your discussions and to hearing how you think the future of the corridor can develop. Thank you, and I hope to see you next year in person.
Thank you very much for playing in the video, and thank you for Turi to address us despite his stuffed agenda. We wanted to, or it was a long discussion with the colleagues from ECORIS and other partners. Obviously, the key or the Ukrainian ports are playing a key role nowadays or in the past years in logistics and waterborne transport, and it was our utmost intention together to have a keynote speech from our Ukrainian colleagues, at least online, but unfortunately due to some changes in the ministry, this is not possible. which gives us that we are approximately 20 minutes before schedule, but we just had the chance to discuss with Jan Christoph that we could move to the session 1 immediately. I mean, he did not have any other choice. Sitting next to me, that's bad for him. However, he is the project manager of the lead partner of the MultiRELOAD project, so I also need to respect that, obviously. The methodology from now on is the following. You have seen from the agenda, we have divided the 2 days into 4 sessions. Session 1 and session 2 will deal with the multimodality, digitally enhanced multimodality topics. And we have put together quite a podium discussion, which will be chaired by Denise Bale from the University of Applied Sciences of Upper Austria. We will start with this session. We will have a coffee break at 3 o'clock for exactly half an hour. Then we will reset a bit this end of the table, and we will have 4 panelists with us in the room. And unfortunately, Mr. Krachun needed to cancel his participation here in the room, but he is with us online. So it will also be one of its kind, and I'm pretty sure that it will work. Tomorrow in the session 3, we will have presentations. That's a session stuffed with presentations, but there, together with the project partners, we have prepared also some material to make it interactive. And session 4, after the coffee break tomorrow, will be really interactive, a few slides of presentations, but then you can shoot questions to our well-recognized pilot panel participants. All around at the back of the room and to me on the left-hand side, you see, and it's obviously continuously there on the 2 days, a panel, a poster exhibition, which is also a new idea of ours. Thank you very much for all those members of Pro Danube and projects who have submitted very good quality and very valuable inputs via these posters. You can check some EU-funded projects. You can check some initiatives, which one of them actually popping up in the Open Innovation Challenge in the MultiRELOAD project. And on my left, some members of Pro Danube International are presenting their main activities in an outlined version. Without further ado, I think I will give the floor and the microphone to Jan Christoph Maas. Jan Christoph is here on behalf of the Duisburger Hafen AG, our lead partner in the MultiRELOAD project, and several demonstrations in the project will take place in Duisburg, but obviously in his other function, he's overseeing the entire project. He will give us a short presentation about the project, and he will moderate this session in the next a bit more than 1.5 hours because we gained some time. So Jan Christoph, the floor is yours, and you can control the presentation with the remote controller. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Robert, for the introduction, and happy to have the opportunity to do the moderation of the first session, which is focusing on the modal shift and the contribution of ports to modal shift. And this is one of the main topics in the EU-funded project MultiRELOAD. So that's why we give an overview about this project, as Robert already mentioned. Then we go a bit deeper into some outcomes or first outcomes of the project. We have 2 live demonstrations of 2 of in total 7 demonstrators in the project. This will be then the second part after the introduction. And finally, as you already mentioned, we will have the podium discussion with the 3 ports in the project that are involved. So that's then the third and final step of this session. So let me introduce the project itself. So MultiRELOAD the names, the short name, the long name is Port Solutions for Efficient, Effective and Sustainable Multimodality. So we have different aspects here, the efficiency, effectiveness and sustainability and multimodality all in there in the title. So, but of course, we also need to fill it with life and also will have concrete solutions in this innovation action. We started 2 years ago. We have around one year ahead of us, and yeah, that's why we also already have first results we want to present today. Looking at the consortium of the project, we are in total 23 partners, including the affiliated entities, and that's a mix, quite a good mix of partners from 8 European countries. We have 3 inland ports where the most of the innovations will be realized or take place. The port of Vienna, port of Switzerland, and port of Duisburg or Duisport. We have technology providers in the consortium, research institutes, of course, consultants, and also associations like ALICE, HFIP, and EGTC for the Rhine-Alpine corridor. So a wide range of partners along the Rhine, along the Danube. So both corridors will be or are in focus in the project. So it's not only one corridor, but both Rhine and Danube. What are we looking at in the project? We have 3 different perspectives, which you can see here on the right. First of all, the smallest unit in a port, the terminal itself. So we do want to, we make the terminals more efficient. Then we look at the node level. Node level is more, we can also say port level. So to optimize a port, a logistic node. And then the third one is the corridor aspect. So not only we want to optimize terminals, to increase the efficiency of the nodes, but also want to link the different nodes to each other and look at the corridor between the different nodes. We also have 3 different innovation areas in the project, and main focus or the core of the project are really the 7 demonstrators we have. I will describe them a bit more on the next slide, which are also then focusing on terminal, node, and corridor level. Yeah, the 2 main corridors we have, Rhine-Alpine and the Rhine-Danube corridor, and then the 3 inland ports itself. So here we look at the demonstrators we have in the project. First innovation section, the A is smart multimodal logistic, where we have 2 demonstrators more focusing on the corridor level. The second one also on hub level or node level. So the first one is regarding rail transportation and how to bring into operation a new way of transporting goods on rail, which is done by the company Cargo Beamer in the project. The second one is a demonstrator on the Danube, so the multimodal transport of bulk cargo on the Danube. So there we have some corridor, but also node aspects in there. This is led by TTS. And then in the second, or in the section B, digital and automated multimodal nodes, there are 3 demonstrators more focusing, so B1, B2, B3, more focusing on the terminal level, making the processes in the terminal more efficient by having the or encouraging the automation of the handling processes in the inland terminals, doing predictive maintenance of the terminal equipment, and also do simulation of the yard, so the positioning of container in the yard and the optimal order in this yard. B4 and B5, these are the two topics we are currently, or not currently, we will focus today and have a live demonstration today. First one, the B4, is multimodal node digital twin. And there we will have a live demo from Jose Antonio Clemente Perez. I hope it's the correct full name. He's smart tech lead at Pro Danube, a Spanish company. After that, the B5, the multimodal corridor digital services, we will have an online presentation from Stefan Wiech. He's a managing partner at Blog, and he will present the results on behalf of the Port of Switzerland. So these are the two live demos we will now focus on, and then I will hand over now to Jose for the first demo.
Thanks for the introduction. My name is Jose Antonio. I work for Pro Danube as a project manager and a smart tech lead. And I'm going to present the B4, that is one of the demonstrators that are within the scope of MultiRELOAD project. First of all, what is the ambition or what is behind the development of the B4, that is the multimodal node digital twin? So the aim is the development of a digital twin as a central visualization and control point for data and notifications from different kind of data sources. Here in the bullet list, we have the main functionalities that are a central data repository able to collect data from different variety of sources or IT systems, a digital representation, a map and a tabular view of the port, the real-time information and historical data. We make use of the big data analytics, so we offer simulation and predictions, and it's totally modular, scalable, so it's a solution based on big data technologies. Okay. Here, I am representing the different models of the digital twin. Some of them I have mentioned some of them in previous slide. For example, here we have that we make use of a geographic information system, the integration with different IT solutions, and it's based on open data source solutions. Okay. This slide represents the architecture of the B4. And the idea is to use this slide to introduce the most important one, that is the next one, where I present the different intelligence services. So we divide the architecture in the acquisition and interconnection layer, the knowledge layer and storage, the interoperability, and the intelligence services layer. The idea is that we have developed an horizontal platform where we can add or deploy whatever you want to solve the problems that you have in your daily operations for the port community. So the important part is the intelligence services. The idea is the different verticals or services that we can put in the digital twin to represent the information. So for example, here we have a list, the smart lighting, energy efficiency, traffic management, better allocation, and perhaps the most known could be the environmental one, that is to represent the environmental data or the real-time information in the port. Okay. And now the live demo, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Is this one? No. Sorry. Okay, perfect. Before starting with the demo, I would like to highlight the relevance of this kind of solution. So the digital twins take an important role in the greener transformation of the ports because they give us a clear situation or a clear view of the environmental situation in the port, allowing us to monitor and answer to the different pollutions episodes that could happen in the port, and taking this into account, use or take the respective mitigation measurement. So in the end, it's a solution, or it's a solution that could help us in our daily operations, use this kind of data, and to make greener and smarter our port. Okay, this is the digital twin that we have developed. This is the deployment in Duisport. This is the main view of the platform. So what we are seeing here is the different sensors that are deployed in the Duisport port. If we click over the sensors, we can see the real-time information. So the last time the information fits the application. If we click over view details, we can undock the panel. This is the last value for the different parameters that measure this sensor. We have the same for the historical data. We can choose the interval to analyze the data, for example, for the last day. If the end user is more comfortable using another kind of visualization, we can change it. This is, for example, the area chart. We include an explanation about the different advantages or disadvantages of each kind of solution. For example, this is in a histogram view. We can export the data. Here we can apply different ranges to see the information. This is here we have the legend. We can compare the different properties of the same sensor, for example, common air quality and nitrogen dioxide for the last 2 days. Here we have the evolution. Even we can compare different sensors that are from the same data source. This, for example, it was a mast or a need that comes from Duisport. And we can see the notifications. What is a notification? Here we have these small icons over the different sensors. Imagine that we want to monitor the evolution of a specific parameter, for example, the PM10. I want to know if the value is over a specific threshold. We can create a rule, and if the rule matches, we trigger a notification. This is the way we show the notification. In that case, we have 3 notifications. One is severe, and the other one is warning. If we click here, these are the active notifications. This is the explanation. So in that case, the PM10 is greater than 150 micrograms per cubic meter. And this is, for example, for the sulfur dioxide and the ozone warning. Here we have the list with historical notifications. These are the ones that has a start date and end date, so are not active at the moment. And now I'm going to show one of the most amazing tools. We have added a functionality to calculate the specific emissions per vessel. So we have simulated the data. This is dummy data. Here we have 3 vessel calls with the IMO, the name, the vessel type, the status of the vessel call. If we click over the detail button, here we have the specific emission by these pollutants, CO2 and NOx. Here we have in the additional data box the information for the different phases, maneuvering time, hoteling, anchoring, the total time, and the consumption and the emissions per each phase. Here we have the route of the different sections, and this is the emission map that we have drawn with this information. If we click here, this is the emission map for this vessel that is arriving to Duisport. The before was initially thought to be deployed on the port of Basel and Duisport, but due to the good collaboration within the MultiRELOAD project, we are in discussions to prepare a new pilot or new demonstrator that will happen in the port of Baja. So, Robert, you want to introduce while I change the user?
Yes, thank you very much. So it's also a sign of good cooperation that besides the foreseen pilots in the MultiRELOAD project, we were just asked recently if a port from the Danube region can step in. So I think the Danube Ports Days make the good marketing for taking up Danube ports, and together also with several members of Pro Danube, we are thinking, and not, it's more than thinking. So some sensors are already installed in the port of Baja, which is approximately, let's say, 200 kilometers downstream from Budapest. On the left bank, there is a public port where you can see, or what you can see on the screen right now. And there is also a poster in the exhibition part, if I remember correctly, the first one on the left-hand side, describing similar input data from sensors as Jose has presented from Duisport. So it's an excellent opportunity to already show how a pilot solution can be further taken up in other ports. The intention is to, if I think Jose can already show some graphs with test data and pilot data later on. So the concept is that this will be also a standalone system, maybe extended to a second port here in Budapest, and then we can start good cooperation between the software solutions and the software providers, and also the Danube ports can start measuring emissions and also prepare dashboards for the management. So the idea is that at first these information stay as a decision support tool in-house the port. Of course, it's not an intention to publish that to the wide public, but it's a first get to know what's happening in a port, and that is then a good display of information, and can hopefully in the future base some decisions or cost-benefit analysis, including several environmental factors and so on, answering some questions what pop up from the taxonomy prescriptions. So this is ongoing in the MultiRELOAD project, and maybe, or I'm pretty sure that at the next Danube Ports Days, we can already show practical results from all the MultiRELOAD ports.
Okay. Now here we have the same, but it's in another bounding box. In that case, it's the port of Baja. Here we have two sensors, environmental sensors. These are the parameters that we're measuring. This is the real time, the historical data is the same. But now I'm going to put my focus on another functionality that does the use of satellite images to measure the air and the water quality. Okay, here. So for example, for the air quality, this is the integrated water vapor. So it's a very interesting parameter to measure the quality of the air. If I click, we load the satellite image. Here, this is the legend to explain the different colors that we apply. And if we click over the image, we obtain the specific value pixel by pixel. Please not take into account the mole per square meter. This is not the right unit. This is an error, but it's something that we have to correct. For example, here we have the total column of ozone, the same. These are for air quality parameters, the same for meteorological parameters, humidity, this is a percentage. For example, temperature, wind speed. It's important to highlight the spatial resolution, 300 × 300 meters, and the temporal resolution that is that we have 1 or 2 images per day, depending on the satellite. This is the wind speed, for example, land surface temperature, terrestrial chlorophyll index. That is why we obtain only images or results in the land area, not in the water side. And for example, for the water quality, this is the photosynthetically active radiation. That is why this is in the water, and this is the total suspended matter. Okay, we have developed a new functionality to compare images from different days from the same pollutant, or for example, for the same day for different pollutants. This is the map 1. So for example, here, this is the total column of ozone. And now for the map 2, for the 28, the same pollutant. And if I have the information, if we click, this is the specific value in the same location for the pollutant, in that case, the ozone in the area. So it's very relevant to apply or to enrich the application with this kind of information. Okay, and now I think that it's time for the video of before. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Yeah.
I try. It's the Murphy's Law. Obviously, there is in the project.
Welcome to the future of port management and port operation with MultiRELOAD's multimodal digital twin, brought to you by Pro Develop. Our vision? To revolutionize port operations through a state-of-the-art digital twin platform. This innovative tool serves as a central tool for visualizing and controlling port status by analyzing data from different data sources and IoT devices. Whether you are a port authority, terminal operator, or city council, the multimodal digital twin is here to help control and optimize your operations and improve efficiency. Imagine a comprehensive port management tool that collects data from various sensors and port information systems, giving you real-time, historical, and forecast views of the port situation. Our platform supports any kind of sensor and IoT device, including meteorological, environmental, and operational data, providing an accurate digital representation of the port. With advanced big data analytics and AI simulations, the digital twin platform enhances decision-making by providing current status, predicative insights, alarms, and notifications. Take, for instance, our data quality process dashboard. This intuitive interface allows you to monitor the data quality you receive from the different data sources, ensuring that information is timely and accurate. Our platform includes a powerful alarm and notification system. If a retrieved data meets a certain condition, immediate notifications are generated and sent through various notifications channels like emails, keeping you always in the loop. Designed to be totally modular and scalable, this solution can grow with your needs, leveraging the latest big data technology. Join us in embracing the future of port management. With MultiRELOAD's digital twin platform powered by Pro Develop, the possibilities are endless.
So thanks a lot, Jose, for the live demo of the B4 demonstrator. As we have some time, maybe there are questions from the audience right now. If you want to raise a question, yeah, please have it.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon. Herford Leitner from TTS. Yeah, hundreds of questions. I mean, I think first of all, it is an applause to a verse. I mean, really Because it's also so silent in the room here. Yes. And that's maybe because of the history of everything. Yeah. But I think it is fantastic to see what are the possibilities with big data. Yeah. We always hear only sensors and so on. And then we also see what you can do with the sensors. I have two questions to that. The first thing is, you mentioned something about 300 to 300 meters. Is this the area which you capture by the satellite, or? I think you have to.
Is the spatial resolution of the satellite images. It doesn't depend on us. It's the way the satellite, or in that case, the network satellite, give us the data. So it is 1 pixel is 300 per 300 meters.
So that means you have a source of information somewhere in the port, and then you're overlaying data from the satellite images.
We can, for example, imagine that you want to measure the water quality and you don't have any kind of sensor. For example, voice. You can use the satellite images to use this data and develop a model to obtain predictions, to know in advance the water quality, to manage the berth allocation, for example, or the same with the air quality information. It's like another external data source that you can introduce in your model to calculate predictions or simulations.
And you can see then what is going on. I mean, I'm just thinking about if there's an oil spill, for example. So is it then possible to see that there is an oil spill?
Yeah.
Really? All right.
With the other kind of satellite images, in that case, these are from Sentinel-3, but for example, Sentinel-1 is able to offer the oil spill. It is not in real-time information, but we can obtain that.
No,
to follow the evolution of the oil spill.
That's the point, yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. And the second one was actually what you just mentioned, berth occupation. I mean, how do you monitor berth occupation?
Berth occupation?
Yeah.
Berth occupation?
Yes. You had it, yeah? Marta?
No,
yeah.
I mentioned berth occupation.
Yes.
I am not.
No, I think it's in your. Yeah, exactly. Can you see how many ships are?
Okay. Yeah.
In the berth.
Use the EIS. We can see the vessels that are in the port, and with that information, we can calculate the specific emissions per vessel, and
But you need then to combine it with information from different
other IT systems, as for example a PCS, knowing the vessel call information, to identify the vessel, to know the vessel type, because in the end it's very simple. The process is like a mathematical formula. It's a factor multiplied by the energy consumption, the pollutant factor, and so on. But we need, as an input data, information coming from other data source, and in that case, it's, for example, a PCS.
Are you going to implement that also during, as in the MultiRELOAD project, also the berth occupation that you're taking?
That depends on me, because here we have a problem with the data, with the privacy of the data, but yes, that is the idea.
Because you need operational data, right? I mean, somebody must tell you, I mean, like Wincon must tell you this vessel is going to be discharged at 300. So practically this is the information what you could display then. All right.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Yep. There's one more question.
Yeah, thank you very much. For sure, I'm asking just for a friend. But you said that, Molas, that we also have to understand that digital twin as an interactive platform collecting and distributing, providing data. How does this platform then stand in relation to the port community systems? Because we are now associating the digitalization of the port activities and the port management with the implementation of a port community system. So we are running up and down the Danube to try to convince the port administrations to come up with port community systems. Now we have a new kid in the block, the digital twin. So how is this interrelated?
It's a very good question, because this kind of solution is the last one that has arrived to the port community. But the idea is they can improve the daily operations in the port and do the ports more efficient, greener, and smarter. How? Very easy. If we combine data from different solutions, the PCS, PMS, as we can know in advance, for example, this vessel that is going to arrive tomorrow and is going to dock in that vessel, but I know, or I have the predictions for tomorrow, I can change the dock that I assign to this vessel. So in the end, the way they are going to improve or they can benefit the port, it's something that is not possible to measure, but it's a lot. And the options are incredible in that way.
I'm nasty, I know, but I'm known for that. So for me, a digital twin up to now, and also all these presentations, what we have seen and also Platina 4 Action, Khalid, yeah. There's also a work package on the digital twin, yeah. For me, the digital twin purpose was more in being able to simulate operations and also, for example, by extensions of infrastructure, changes in infrastructure, changes in equipment. Yeah. So what happens when? Yeah? I take this and that. Yeah. Just for collecting data. Yeah, this is for me a bit surprised that you also call it a digital twin, because you are nothing doing than collect information, data, emissions, or something. Why is it a digital twin then?
Okay, I think that this is a limited, perhaps, a vision of a digital twin. So in the end, is the way, a digital twin is the way we digitalize what is happening in the terminal, not only focus on the daily operation or focus on a specific way of transport. So, for example, presenting the way to calculate the emissions, I am focused on this way of transport, the maritime transport. But imagine that we introduce a new variable, for example, could be the train information, to know in advance in which moment will arrive and in which rail line arrive the train. It's like the ETA of the vessels, but the same concept, but applied to train. Or, for example, we can introduce the predictive maintenance, as has been commented by Jan, knowing and measuring the movements, the productive or non-productive movements of the crane. So it's more wide than only one kind of data source, and yeah, we can. The options are infinite.
I see you apply a relatively wide definition of a digital twin.
Yes, because many times the people thought that the digital twin is only the representation in 3D of the port or what is happening in the yard. For example, the movement of containers, or if this container is in the second floor or in the third floor, and so on. But it is more wide, the concept of digital twin.
So thanks for the question. There's one more. Yeah, please.
Yes, it's a question and a remark. I think more a remark than a question. I was triggered about the specific emission per vessel. I think we should be very careful about mentioning this, especially depends on how good your sensoric is and how accurate and how well it's generating data. So I think it's good to mention that there is a process, there's a platform, there is a lot ongoing, but I don't think we are yet there to have reliable and good quality sensoric, for example, to real-time obtain the NOx, for example, of a vessel. So let's be careful about how to communicate about this. It's more a question, but yeah, a remark, but perhaps you have looked at this quality of data that is being used as input. My name is Khalid Tashi. I work for ICB, by the way.
Okay, thanks for the acceleration. I would like to highlight that for the specific emissions of vessel, we are not using data coming from the sensors. So it's only the recommendation that we have followed the recommendation of the European Environmental Agency. That is only, as I said, a mathematical formula where we multiply a factor per by the information of the vessel, depending on the type, the main engine, the fuel consumption, and so on. So it doesn't depend on the sensors, the good they are, and so on. So it's something, in my opinion, easier than expected, because it doesn't depend on the good the sensors are.
All right, thanks for the questions. I think we now go on to the next live demonstration, which is the multimodal corridor digital service. And I will hand over to Stefan Wiech, who is joining us online. He's managing director or managing partner at Blog, and he's here on behalf of the Port of Switzerland, presenting the solution in this demonstrator in the project.
Thank you very much, Jan, for introducing my demo, and warm welcome from the north of Europe. I'm based in Hamburg, and I'm sure the weather in Budapest is much better than in Hamburg right now. So, unfortunately, I cannot be with you personally, but I'm happy to present our results within the project to you. And so, I hope you can see my screen now. So I just arrange it like this.
Yes, it's on the screen.
Perfect. And I hope the sound is also good. First of all, a big thank you to the organizers, Pro Danube, and the host, the Danube Commission, and of course the European Commission for supporting this project. So our demonstrator is part of the MultiRELOAD project again. And I think I carefully listened to the discussions we just had. So I think it's a very good link now to have a look into the demonstrator the Port of Switzerland and Rhine Ports provided, because it's a good link to the different questions and bringing these things together. And the question you raised, Manfred, I will also readdress it. What is the relationship between digital twin and the port community system? So let me briefly give you some introductory facts about the setup. So as I said, I'm managing partner of Blug, a consultancy company in Hamburg. We are working for the Port of Switzerland and supporting them in this project and in their overall digitalization strategy. And the Port of Switzerland is a partner for the MultiRELOAD project based in Basel at the Rhine. Rhine Ports is another partner of the MultiRELOAD project, and Rhine Ports is a joint effort. So it's the three shareholders you can see here. It's the key shareholders are the Duisburger Hafen AG, Duisport, and the Port of Switzerland, and a small share is held by the French ports in Mulhouse. So it's a truly international company. And the fact that three port authorities are shareholders of Rhine Ports emphasizes that Rhine Ports is really providing a digital infrastructure. So the classical role of port authorities is providing port infrastructure in a physical world, so to say, and the initiative to found and let Rhine Ports grow is to transfer the port infrastructure into a digital world. And so Rhine Ports created a port community system for inland ports. So RPIS stands for River Ports Planning and Information System. So this is the ambition of Rhine Ports, and despite the name, due to the where Rhine Ports has been founded, the focus on the Rhine, it's open to other rivers, of course also the Danube, and thankfully due to the good collaboration within the MultiRELOAD project, we do have already collaborations and exchange data, and I will give an outlook afterwards, after the demo, on what's next. So this is the general setup. So a port community system. Switch to the next slide. It's really covering all the different stakeholders within the port community. Yeah, so basically these are the port authorities, so the port administration, classically responsible for the infrastructure, and then of course the key operating entities, which are terminal operators, usually operating, the port authority being the landlord, and terminal operators contracting this piece of land and operating terminal operations there for multimodal terminals. Usually you have 3 modal terminals with waterside operations, rail operations, and truck operations. And then, of course, on the water side, you have the barge operators as operating the whole fleet on the inland navigation, and especially, of course, in Switzerland, having a border to the European Union countries, Germany and France, customs plays a role in there, but also, of course, along the Danube, you have the same issues. So this is basically, these are the key stakeholders within the port community, and the port community system really provides, in a way, the digital infrastructure supporting these different parties, these different stakeholders within the port community, and of course aiming at optimizing the collaboration between these stakeholders to, in a way, support inland navigation as a very sustainable mode of transport, and to make it everything more integrated. And I had the pleasure to present this demonstrator last year at the last edition of the Danube Port Days in Vienna. So some of you will see, in a way, similar setup at the beginning, but Robert, as you said, I'm very happy that all of us within the project make very good progress. So you see the evolution in the end of all these different demonstrators, and I'm happy to share, in a way, today the views on RPIS. So this is the starting screen, and I would like to take you to a journey. So RPIS, as a port community system, supports the entire vessel operating process. And Herfried, this also covers berth planning and berth occupation as well, but we'll look later into this. I want to take you to this journey, which was initiated by barge operators. So barge operators do their route planning. They plan their voyage with their barge along different ports and different terminals where they want to load goods and discharge goods. So I take you to a journey through the system. So this is obviously the test system. And now I take the role, first of all, to initiate this process, the role of the barge operator. So planning a new voyage, call it Danube Port Days, and take a container vessel and create a new voyage. And as AIS data are integrated, so you immediately see the real-time position of the selected barge in your fleet as a barge operator. So you see now it's currently in the Basel region, and I want to plan my voyage. So I take I keep it simple for today for the demonstration purposes, of course. So I choose a terminal in Basel, and let's go there on quite short notice today already at let's say at 1500, and I want to discharge 10 containers and load another 10 and maybe 2 restow containers. And as you can see here, had there been any reservations beforehand, I would see it. So these are the availabilities in the different slots. So this terminal can cater for 16 moves per hour. And if there had been any pre-existing reservations at the quay, I would see it and would be supported in not asking for this slot because it's already occupied. So in this sense, you have a berth occupation in the planning state. Yeah, so it's in the future, of course. And then if I add this stop, I see it here. So normally, of course, you have a number of stops, right? And normally, so the target picture is, of course, that this positioning system of the barge companies will be integrated in RPIS, so they do not need to plan this voyage manually. This is now, of course, the first step, and for presentation purposes that I show this to you. So we have one single stop. We're asking as a barge operator for a slot today at 3 p.m. at the terminal in Basel. And here you see, for example, a warning. So you have a lot of different information layers and information about the surroundings. So the notice is here that's high water, so be careful with that. So having planned this, I can now send the request as a barge operator to the terminal operators. And normally, if I had picked a number of terminals, all the requests, so the slot requests, would have been sent to all the different terminals. So then my job as a barge operator for now is done. So I've planned my voyage, and then I get back, change my hat, and being now a terminal operator and choosing this terminal. And now I can see here, you have a different color code. You see you have a calendar here where all the requests are mentioned, and the color code indicates there's a new request from the BIBO to unload 10 containers and to load 10 and to have 2 restows at 3 p.m. today. So I just push on that button. And now I have to respond to this request because it's a request by the barge operator. I want to operate my barge at your terminal today at 3 p.m. Is it still available? And I respond as a terminal stating, well, yes, I take this one crane we have. I can change and decline it, but for now, let's have a look at the happy path. And I can also state some messages, for example, maintenance work at the quay, for example, and then I can accept it. And now the color code changes. So I see, well, the request has been accepted. And if I change the hat again, having a look at the barge operator, I see here that this request has been accepted by the terminal. So my voyage has been accepted. So this is in a way the planning part. And of course, the big advantage and why so many terminal operators were looking into this kind of PCS system, because before they were using RPIS, it was kind of very unstructured. So sometimes by a phone, when they started in the seaports, they pre-announced the vessels. I will come on Friday at 10 a.m. But then in the meantime, well, there were any updates. Yeah, so usually if you have a lot of logs at the apparine, for example, and there can be and will for sure be kind of changes in the planning, some delays and so on. And without the system, the operators would have either had to look and communicate actively with the captain or looking into different systems like marine traffic or other systems providing real-time data and guessing somehow when the vessel would come. And with this port community system now bringing these different data sources together, the operators will be proactively informed thanks to geofencing and integrated AIS data whenever there's a change in the planning. So if there's, for example, a delay and the system recognizes far in advance that it's not feasible anymore to meet the slot, yeah, everyone gets informed proactively to react on this in a timely manner. Yeah? So they can replan, maybe they can rearrange the shifts and so on. So this already increased efficiency a lot. So if I'm now changing to the operational part, I take the terminal operations hat again. And here we see our request. This is this one. Can have a look into this. So now imagine, yeah, here I see the kind of history. Yeah, I took a note to the captain, well, attention, maintenance work, and let's assume that this vessel arrived a bit earlier, so that it was pre-announced for 2, and let's say, well, it arrived already at 3:30. And then I can capture the real data, so the actual times of arrival. And then I can also capture the cargo handling, yeah, and including interruptions. So again, here, this is a manual demonstration. Usually, this will be integrated to the terminal operating system because the terminal operating system gives all these as-is data. And then I can complete the cargo handling stating, well, as planned, we have 10 unloaded, 10 loaded, and instead of 2, we had 3 restores. Then I capture this and I can report the departure of the vessel. So then now, from a terminal perspective, this is finalized. This is basically, yeah, I can now finalize now system-wise. This is finalized. So the terminal operator really said, well, operations is done. We had this amount and this amount of containers. And so it's regarding the real-time berth allocation, which is AIS-based and geofence-based. You see, well, now the berth is free and the vessel left. This is basically, yeah, the handling process from planning to operations. And the operations part, for those who've been with us last year in Vienna, recognize. So the planning part was already there last year, but now we focus on the execution part. So you have all these data, the as-is data, which are relevant also for having KPIs later on, comparing in a way planned data versus is data. And another new feature, which is brand new, so to say, is in a way the interaction with the port authorities. Just to explain to you, and this will probably be the same in the Danube ports, and so the port authorities as a landlord, they require in a way statistical data, yeah, about how many goods have been handled for statistical reasons on the one hand, and on the other hand to in a way invoice the port fees, yeah, because usually in ports terminals are charged and how intensively they are using the infrastructure. So the operational data are also relevant to hand over to the port authority. So this is the new feature. You can now, instead of here, you have just numbers. Yeah, you have 10 containers and 10 unloaded and discharge, but it's not sufficient to have a statistics. You do not know which goods are in the container, right? So I import additional information, which usually comes from the TOS, just test data. So now I enriched in a way as a terminal operator the operational data, not only by amounts, but we have detailed data about which goods are in the container, what was the weight, and so on. All these things relevant to the port, and then I can import it. And this information is now still at the terminals, right? And usually, for example, in the Port of Switzerland, the terminals need to report on a monthly basis to the port authority about their goods. So every month, this list will grow. Yeah, you do not only have the ship, you have an integration of all the modalities. Yeah, you have also information about goods being transported by rail and by truck. And then this list in a way can be submitted to the port authority. And now I, as a terminal operator, now have sent all the statistical data to the port authority. And there, another feature where we applied also AI is they are now gathering all these data and they want to, as I said, produce statistics out of it. So port statistics. And of course, it's not in the level of detail, this amount of coffee and biodiesel and wheelchairs, whatever. So they use NST 2007 categorization of goods. Yeah, and therefore the system contains an AI part where this label, these good descriptions will be labeled to NST 2007 standards, and then the port authority can in a way readjust the data if there are any mistakes in there and use this for publishing the data. So this is currently in the final test phase. It's already being tested in the port of Basel, the statistics part currently now until the end of this year with real data. So the terminal operators send the data manually to the port authority when they include it into the system. And as of January 2025, RPIS will be used in full functionality in the port of Basel as of January. So by then, the terminal operators will send all the statistical data via RPIS to the port authority, which is the port of Switzerland in Basel, and they will automatically then create these statistics based on NST 2007. So that was a look into the system. And yeah, before we have some room for questions, maybe I'll just give you an outlook because Manfred, as you said, so this is not only based on the Rhine, of course, but also on the Danube. It's important to have those kind of port community systems collecting all these data, having different data from different data sources and so on. And to me, also, a digital twin is in a way a digital representation of physical elements in there. Yeah, for example, José showed some sensors, capturing in a way the physical condition of the water quality, for example, and translating this to digital data. And I think in this sense, within a port community, it's quite natural to integrate everything within one ecosystem, and to combine these data. And I think this is a strength also of MultiRELOAD, looking beyond the horizon and trying to integrate these different approaches. And here we have a kind of geographical integration because what I showed you a showcase from the Rhine, but it's also applicable, of course, for Danube and CIRIS, so the Central Eastern European Reporting System is a good example, which in a way sends now port data, relevant security and data about the goods to the ports. And this will, in the context of the MultiRELOAD project, be interfaced with RPIS in the sense, so that we really have using the synergies of different systems and putting them together to create even more. This is just one example, which is still planned for the MultiRELOAD project, and hopefully it can be presented during the next Danube Ports Days. So that's it for my presentation. Sorry to be a bit longer, but I think, Robert, we gained some time, so I hope that does not destroy the overall timetable.
Yeah, so thank you, Stefan. No, we are perfectly in time again, so no problem. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Jan. My name is Sasha Jovanovic from IT Consulenten. Stefan, I have a question for you. Since the RPIS is a system that we have also used as a very concrete example in our GRIP project, the Green Inland Ports, can you give us a bit more details on the system itself in view of the possibility to exchange documents? Since it's in essence, it's a port community system. So does it support exchanging of data and the documents themselves? Just for example, like the arrival report of a vessel or way bills position for the containers to be loaded or unloaded, and data like that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thanks for the question. So basically, everything can, of course, be reported out of the system where the data is there. Yeah, so a very tangible example, which is already there, is what I just mentioned at the last point, the statistics. Yeah, and so the annual statistics. This will really produce a kind of Excel spreadsheet having all the condensed data and the specific format the Port of Switzerland was asking for and needs to use for the further processing. And the same applies for kind of standard reporting formats. Rheinports is doing this on demand of the customers or the users' requirements. Yeah. So whenever there's a requirement, for example, exporting or delivering a certified document, it will be built. Yeah. So the first thing now is, in a way, having built these these statistical data. Another example is, for example, in the port in Basel, so the Swiss customs authorities, they have a very specific form, to pre-announce data crossing the border between the European Union and Switzerland. So the system rebuilt it, and now the system is able to kind of export this document, and produce, in a way, the data necessary, which before the system was a huge workload, manual work, and putting these things together. And this is now it's under development now, but the customs authorities are deeply involved, so they kind of have to, of course, approve this formatting, but this is underway, and many other things down the roadmap. But the strategy of Rheinports is really to do it whenever it's required and not build it in a way because it's possible. Right? Hope that answers your question. Any further questions?
Yeah. Excuse me. I would have another question. Hi, my name is Zoltán Fabian, and I would like to ask about the cargo plan. How do you handle the cargo plan for the vessels? Because this is, or so-called container loading plan, this is also very important for the terminal and for the vessel also, because the terminal should know the exact position of each container on the vessel. However, the cargo plan is the responsibility of the master of the vessel, because he has to decide that which container should be loaded to where. How do you handle and how do you interchange the cargo plan in your system? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for this question. So this is indeed a key element, the stowage planning as well, and so on. Usually it's being now without the system, it's being sent to the terminal operating systems from the boat master or from the central disposition, and it's planned. So the system RPIS is able to kind of import these for example, the stowage plans and the loading and discharge lists, and hand them over to the terminal operating systems. Up to now, Rheinports is in development with major terminal operators to exactly build these interfaces to exchange electronically exactly these data between RPIS and the terminal operating system. So in the future, it will be kind of routed through RPIS instead of sending to each of the stops. Especially for containerized cargo, you have a lot of stops. And the more ports RPIS will be using, the easier it will be for the barge operators to centrally send this, all the stowage information to RPIS and distribute it to the terminals. It's not yet implemented, but it's being built now for one large terminal operator. But that's the plan.
Gerd Kusmark from Renos in Krems. We are a multimodal port. My question would be, how do you integrate railway into your port planning, block trains, wagon groups, single wagons?
Yeah, this has been analyzed within the MultiRELOAD project. So of course the aim in the end is to integrate all the planning data of the three modalities, right? So to retrieve in a way rail data as well. So Rheinport started with the water side, yeah, to have these to have the barge information ready and to exchange these data. And we had a report also within the MultiRELOAD project where we exactly looked into what is already there in terms of rail, yeah, and rail formats and systems, because you do not have to reinvent the wheel all the time. So it's a question of how to integrate. And this is still at the beginning in a kind of elaboration phase, because it's indeed challenging to retrieve a kind of central source of information for rail data, rail planning data, and also rail consist data, and so on. But yeah, in the end, it's the plan to integrate it. And my view to the future is not that to integrate everything in one system, but to have kind of create an ecosystem where different systems focusing on specialties, right? For example, if there was a kind of similar rail planning system to exchange these information, because as a terminal, you need to know in a way all these planning data from all the different modalities to be able to kind of react to this operationally. I completely understand that. That's it's under investigation, but to be honest, it's still a way to go, I would say. Any further questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the questions. Are there any more? I think not. So then we can go on and move to the last agenda item for the session 1. And I will hand over to Denise Weil, who will do the moderation of this podium discussion.
Thank you very much, Jan. Good afternoon, everyone, from my side, and welcome to our podium discussion on innovations in multimodality and the role of inland ports in strengthening, especially the modal shift. I think it's very wonderful here to have such a great audience and now 3 experts here, and I'm sure we will have somehow a very fruitful exchange in the next 30 minutes before our coffee break. By way of a quick introduction of myself, I'm Denise Weil, and I'm a researcher specializing in multimodality and modal shift analysis with a focus on policy impact assessments, where inland ports play especially a very important role, and I'm very thrilled today to moderate this session. We will explore now the innovative practices supporting multimodal freight solutions and discuss how inland ports are evolving to meet the environmental but also the logistical challenges, promoting a stronger shift to rail and inland navigation. Now allow me to introduce our discussants for our panel discussion. In front of me, Henrike Bauer from the Port of Vienna. Next to me sitting Marta Martin from the Port of Switzerland, and also discussing together with Jan Christoph Maas from the Port of Duisburg. For the audience, I think it's important to note, so we will have a Q&A session afterwards, so please take note of any questions you have, and we will have some time at the end to answer your questions. All right, so I think setting the stage, let's examine first the current landscape of inland ports. There are essential nodes within the European Logistics Network. I think especially when we talk about modal shift, they play a key role. I think we should start with the first question of, could you maybe each of you provide your role in multimodality or give a brief overview of how your port currently contributes to modal shift, multimodal freight transport, and also supporting a stronger in the future shift to rail and inland navigation. Is there any one of you 3 who wants to start? Yeah, Henrike? Okay.
Well,
yeah.
thanks for being here and thanks for the introduction. And I just want to say ahead that I'm today representing the Port of Vienna, whereas Mr. Fritz Lehr, our director, is here, and also on the MultiRELOAD project is the WienCon, which is a very important part. So just that you are aware, I'm representing both of us. So yeah, about Port of Vienna, we're actually the largest tri-modal logistics hub in Eastern Austria. It's around 3 million square meters, and we are strategically located right directly access to the waterway, the Danube, then European-wide train connections and road, and also we have the proximity to Vienna-Schwechat, the airport. And also, it's important that we are very close to the city center, just 8 kilometers away, but far away enough to avoid the emissions for the inhabitants. But it is important as Vienna is an import hub, and so most of the goods are being transshipped via our port and our container terminal. What especially for the enhancement of multimodal transport is obviously helpful is the location and the connections on the 3 major TEN-T corridors, and which is the Rhine-Danube corridor, the Baltic-Adriatic corridor, and the East Mediterranean-Balkan corridor. So we are lucky to have the WienCon with us, which is our subsidiary and one of Europe's most advanced container terminals, and plays an important role when it comes to facilitating seamless and sustainable modal shifts. So just to give you an idea, in 2023, so last year, we transshipped around 3.7 million tons of goods and over 470,000 containers on our 3 port locations. So we have the Port of Freudenau as warehouse logistics and also the container terminal. Then we have the Port of Alban, which is a very important agricultural hub, for example, for Austria, and the Port of Labau, where there's around 1,000 ships per year, and whereas we dispatch the ships which are bringing mineral oil products. So yeah, that's for the start.
Thank you very much, Henrike. Who wants to go on next with the current landscape?
I can go on, yeah. Yeah, Port of Duisburg, yeah, we're an inland port in our important hub for Western Europe. And yeah, I think we are important for the modal shift because we bring or make it possible to transport, for example, from the seaports to the hinterland by train and inland waterway, and then moving cargo from truck to these more sustainable modes of transport. And I think that's the main important point. We have regional traffic, we can call it for the region, Rhine-Ruhr, with a lot of industry, but also inhabitants, but also so-called gateway, we call it gateway traffic. So really a hub function that goods coming in from long distance by train or also inland waterway, and also leaving the port then long distance. So not really cargo for the region, but really also bringing cargo to trains and vessels, inland vessels, for long distance transports. And yeah, I think we have this role as largest inland port worldwide.
I think you have, yes. I would like to go to Marta also regarding the Port of Switzerland to give you a short minute to provide your current landscape.
The Port of Switzerland has made different. First of all, it has a strategic position also in the freight corridor from Rotterdam onward to Genoa. So Basel has a strategic position to be a node of multimodal freight, multimodal hub. I mean, so we have done as the contributions of the Port of Switzerland in the multimodal freight transport is the infrastructure development. So we have significant investments And this includes modernizing port facilities and enhancing connections to rail and road networks. This includes in 3 modal terminals. The port is part of projects like MultiRELOAD, which aim to transform inland ports into carbon neutral hubs. And the port also participates in collaborative projects aimed at enhancing multimodal transport. For example, Gateway West and North, that focuses on improving the efficiency and capacity of railroad connections. So this is the main things that we are proud of. This is our portion.
Thank you very much. I think this have been already some insights for overviews of the current port landscape of these 3 ports. We've spoken now already a lot about innovations. Innovation is also often seen as the driving force behind a model shift. I think it would be very, very important now to dive into the innovation side of multimodality on inland ports. So maybe who of you can give me some insights on your advancements, particularly when it comes to digitalisation or infrastructure developments? Where do you see their innovations that you have implemented or are planning to implement in the future? I think that would be also very interesting for our audience.
I can start if you want. So I think there are 2 main topics at the moment, not really surprising. First one is digitalization or also automation. And the second one is sustainability, so alternative fuels and getting a greener port. So these are the main topics we are currently focusing our innovation actions, and that's also related to research projects we are involved in, for example, MultiRELOAD when it comes to the efficiency, but also other projects where we look at hydrogen applications in the port. Really have first terminal with an energy supply based on hydrogen and other renewable energies. So it's not only theory, but also we put it into practice. That's also one issue we want to focus on in MultiRELOAD, to really put something into practice and not only producing a study or a paper, but really want to test it. So these are the main topics. Of course, if you talk about digitization, it can be in the terminals, but can also be a focus on rail side, for example. So we have our own rail carrier doing the shuntings in the port, and there we have also some processes controlling the wagons, the wagon inspection, where we have a project to further digitize this whole process. So it's a wide variety and a lot of small steps and small, what you say, screws you can take, or steps you can take to go for more efficiency in the port and also to have a greener port in the future. So these are the main topics for us for this port.
Thank you, Jan. I see it's a kind of a combination then of infrastructure development with digitalization. What about the other ports? Where do you see your innovation focus?
Our innovation focus is in infrastructures and also digitalization. And we have, the Port of Switzerland has commissioned a known port consulting to develop a comprehensive digitalization strategy. And one of the key digital initiatives is the RPIS, so the Rhine Ports Information System, that is the first port community system for inland ports worldwide. And as infrastructure development, the port is focusing on part development of its 3 modal transport hub, and we have different projects. So the most bigger is the Basel North Gate, and we have also we collaborate in different projects with Upper Rhine ports in France and Germany.
Thank you very much. At last, what about Vienna?
Yeah, well, at the Port of Vienna and together with the WienCon, we always try to plan ahead. So we have already implemented some innovations and technologies. Of course, we have implemented the terminal operations system, which optimizes the container flow and increases the efficiency. Also, we have automated OCR gates, I guess most of you know, for trucks, but we are also very happy that we soon will have them on the train. So that's like when it comes to support the multimodal transport on the train side. And I know that Monica, Mrs. Ginnebuzi, would also tell you later some about the technology, but what is also quite rare in the inland ports or in terminals is the swing gate technology, where the trains can come in from both sides and don't need additional shunting locomotives for further action. And within MultiRELOAD, for example, we now plan to further optimize the container optimization with predictive AI. And well, then on the terminal, we also have 3 crane bridges that give us like the flexibility to handle high volumes of cargo across the different roads. And to add one thing, as most of you know, there's a lot of uncraneable trailers in Europe. We are partnering with Havrom to help like put uncraneable trailers on the rail. And one very important infrastructure project is that we're expanding the terminal space through land reclamation. Which is like for future demand, just to plan ahead and to further support the modal shift on the side from our port.
Thank you very much. I think innovation is a very key topic. We saw now a lot of different solutions for the future. But I think a very important topic when speaking about a stronger modal shift is also the barrier side and also the challenges we face. Modal shift is a long-standing objective. We see it in the European Union's goals since 1993, and road transport is increasing shares in the past. So I think it's very important also to speak about not the bright side and to speak about the challenges which persist, especially for inland ports promoting multimodality. Could you maybe discuss more about primary barriers your port faces when trying to increase the modal shares of inland navigation and rail?
Maybe like I could start, because that's one big part of the MultiRELOAD project also, is to see how containerized inland waterway transport could be on the rise in the Danube. And we know it's quite common on the Rhine, and it's barely or very rarely used on the Danube. So that's one part of the market we could increase, or hopefully have the potential to increase. And obviously also we have some bottlenecks along the Danube. But I know that there's some very good people working on it. And obviously for the rail side, it's the delays and the track availability that create bottlenecks. And we have a lot of constant schedule adjustments that the team is working on being on to like keep the flow going. So yeah, there's quite a few. I think we could all name, and the room knows all name a few.
Yeah, I agree that the infrastructure is a big topic. On the Rhine, for us, there are not so many issues or not many barriers. Only the low water periods that are really affecting the cargo flow on the inland waterway. And these periods are getting longer and with low water levels, and this really affects us. The other issue, if you look at the rail infrastructure, there are bottlenecks, a lot of constructions in the rail network, especially in Germany, going on. Capacity of shunting yards is a big topic for us. I don't know how it is in Vienna or in Basel, if it's also a topic. So we are really limited in the capacity in the shunting yards. That really makes it complex and sometimes time consuming to get the trains into the terminals. So these are the infrastructure bottlenecks that really bother us. And yeah, in total, we always are in competition to the direct truck transport, cargo coming from the seaports like Rotterdam, Antwerp, and then directly being trucked to the final destinations without using inland waterway or rail transportation. So these are the real competitors, and there you always have the cost issue. You need to look at the costs. You have an additional handling, and if the truck is really cheap, then yeah, that's an issue for the multimodal transport.
Yes, well, I would like to, so I agree with you. So we have this absolutely the same vision, but I would like to point also that we think that a very, very big problem is, or a very big challenge is the mind of planners and decision makers for the transport. So multimodality always means that you need to know more about logistics change compared to use only the road. And so it seems to be more complicated. And as a human beings, we are creature of habits. And so this is why I think that the first challenge is the mind of planners, so the decision makers. So they need to, or we need to promote the IBT. So to achieve that ABT, it should be also be in mind as an option before procure transport services, not directly going to the cheaper one or the faster. So IBT should be also an option. And this is why we think that it's very important, the education and the further training, and to make modality as easy as a single transport mode. We need to inform, educate, and to make multimodality so efficient and reliable as a unique modal transport.
Thank you.
Maybe I can add something there. Yeah. So yeah, to bring multimodality more into the education side, that's really important. So that someone learning something in logistics not only learn about the truck transport, but also learn a bit about rail transportation and inland waterway transportation. Yeah, there are some initiatives. I think you are involved as well, Denise, to improve the situation there.
I totally agree with that. Awareness building is something which is very important, especially in education. We at our university are working stronger together with some institutions who are creating teaching materials, especially for the education built in logistics, to integrate also multimodality and other modes of transport, because somehow, as we figured out, that most of the educations in the logistics sector are strongly focused on road only. But I think that brings me also to the next point, which is collaboration. To figure out which opportunities exist and also which opportunities a decision maker can use when choosing a transport mode, collaboration is needed. I think strengthening multimodality requires close partnerships with stakeholders, and it would be very interesting if you could maybe describe more how your port collaborates more with different players to enhance also multimodal solutions.
Yeah, but of course we have a network of the different port actors, customers, partners in the port, where we also address issues together, like we have a project currently for truck parking, finding solutions for that, because that's an issue in the port. There we work together. One major initiative at the moment is the RPIS, so the multi-port community system we want to build up. So that's an issue to further strengthen the information flow between the different partners. So this is a part of the collaboration issue, but you have to keep in mind that still some actors are in the port are competitors. So we have, for example, the 10 container terminals we have. They're somehow also competing to each other. So there is kind of reluctance against the data sharing, for example, and that's always an issue to overcome these barriers to share data.
In the port of Switzerland, do you see that also? How many terminals do you have there?
There are a lot of factors they are very little. So and it's we don't have a dedicated, for example, container terminal. We have this is a little bit more mixed. So as a little port, we have some different characteristics. So yeah, but yeah. I don't know exactly how many do we have, because we have 3 ports, and when everyone is more specialized, for example, one port is more specialized in bulks but also has containers. We are Basel is more specialized in containers, but we have also liquids and solids. So it's difficult to say a specific number.
Okay, and when it comes to competition, do you see strong competition between the terminals when it comes to gaining more shares?
Not yes and no. I mean that every terminal has their own. I don't know how they have their own clients. They are specialized in some sectors. You can see that one sector is using this kind of terminal, and the other ones are others. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Port of Vienna, what do you see when it comes to collaboration?
Maybe something, yeah. Well, what I notice is that besides all the technologies or innovations we have, that it's really up to the teams, to experienced people that work closely together with the inland waterway operators, the railway operators, and also like our customers, to really enhance that, make advertisement for that modal options. And until we have gotten rid of all our barriers with the MultiRELOAD project, for example. I mean, we're working from both sides, but for now, until we have the data sharing, which we all wish for, the transparency and the harmonization, I think it's really up to the people that really run and the operations at the port. And yeah, so I think that makes also a big part for the collaboration, personal.
Good. We come now to our last point of our podium discussion, which is about policy and regulation. A very critical point in shaping the future of inland ports, I think, especially when it comes to multimodality. We heard there are a lot of programs going on, especially, I think, very important in IATA's action plan and others. What do you think, what policy measures would you like to see implemented or are currently critical to be focused on in the future? At both the national and EU levels. Maybe to start with Marta?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I'm going to make my notes. So yes, well, with that the sector of IVT is very is little in comparing to a road, and it needs help from policy within future topics and greening the fleet and bring digitalisation and automation board. But we think that education is very important. So to have training possibility, to have training and possibilities for lateral entrance in the professional nautic sector, and it's very important. So,
So we have education and bottlenecks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we see here? Also at the Port of Vienna.
Well, I would say obviously as infrastructure costs are quite high, it's the infrastructure investment that would be and harmonized cross-border regulations, but I was also thinking about incentives as sometimes a good thing to start up things, but they are maybe not for the long term. So what we are all looking at, I think, within the reduction of the emissions also is like the internalization of the external costs, which probably gives a big acceleration then to, because now it's not reflecting the true costs. It's like now the general public carries the costs. So I think that would be something that really pushes. Yeah.
It's good. Good point. Yeah, I agree with you. That's not all the real costs for road transportation are currently charged, and that's why it's kind of unfair for in the competition to the other modes of transport. Yeah, I think the funding for the innovation projects like MultiRELOAD are really useful to have the innovations in the ports and to further develop the ports. So that's really helpful. Of course, infrastructure is one main element. We already had this in the discussion that we need a good infrastructure to really have the multimodal transports. I think these are the core elements, I would say.
Thank you very much. I think summarizing that, we heard now 3 topics, which is especially infrastructure development, which is a big policy goal. Then we have the awareness building, which is very important to create also the mental shift, I would say. And also, last but not least, the initiative of internalization of external costs. And last but not least, the research and innovative projects. I think as we look ahead, we also need to consider that inland ports are evolving, and there are a lot of challenging in the future going on. We heard about the low water levels. We heard about other different barriers like cross-border harmonization and so on. What do you think, or how do you recognize now this barrier or challenges of harmonization of legal frameworks? Do you recognize there are some barriers? Are they also influencing you as a port or not really?
To be honest, I'm not the expert in this so much. That's why it's a bit hard for me to answer. But
okay,
Enrique, you.
Can you say
it's about like harmonization of cross-border interactions?
It do influence
Yeah.
ports, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, and that it would help if I mean, especially the Danube, which crosses a lot of countries. We all know that this is part of the challenge we have. So I think the harmonization would be definitely, if it comes to customs, for example, we noticed that there's some like hindrance. So definitely makes an impact also in our ports and the terminal operations. It holds up time and like precious time.
Yeah.
To keep the flow going, the goods going, definitely.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, so it's paramount the harmonization, and especially when there are different the different customs organized. So everyone has its own criterion. And our relation will be better. Yeah,
I can imagine, especially for the port of Switzerland being a non-EU country. All right, I have a last question for you. It's a future question about your vision of your port for 2030. Can you give me maybe an insight? It's not that it's already in kind of 5 to 6 years. An insight of your next years, what's happening there? What are your focus areas before we wrap up to the question session?
Well, for us, I mean, the Port of Vienna is obviously, as being in Austria, supporting the Austria's goal to increase the waterway from 2 to 3% by 2040, which is quite an ambition. And we also obviously support the Vienna's and Austria's climate neutrality targets. With this, we are investing around, I think, 40 million euros, if I infrastructure, alternative energy. We're looking into like the role of the energy hub as the Port of Vienna. We're investing in green technologies to further reduce the environmental impact. So we see some progress, and I think also with the help of like organizations like the EFIP or the EU IIR or Danube Commission, I think we really make the push and like we really evolve towards these goals that we set, because they're ambitious, and hopefully all together we can manage to do it.
So yeah, so our goal is the issue is maybe we will not reach it in 2030. But of course, we want to offer CO2 neutral, efficient transports, and yeah, encourage the modal shift. So that's the main goals. Also, there are some other aspects like, for example, the supply of hydrogen or hydrogen-related products, ammonia or methanol, to the industry. So that's also an issue we're currently working on. Our role in this supply chains to really transport these kind of goods. So in the future, there will be less coal. It's already less. And in a few years, we will not have these kinds of goods, but this will be replaced by others like hydrogen-related products. And that's an issue. And will be an issue in the coming years for us.
Here, Marta? Yes, well, we think that IBT will be more green, digital network, and automate it in the future. So we are working on that, and this is why we are working on this platform LPIS, which we want to be our basis of work. And also we are investing in alternative, so we are facilitating the alternative fuels and energy sources as hydrogen and other new fuels and electricity in our area. And we are doing also an offensive of an education. So I know that it's really it's a very important point for the Port of Switzerland. Yeah.
I see. Thank you very much for your insights. They were very valuable. I think we covered a broad overview of topics. We now invite questions from the audience and continue this engaging conversation. We still have some minutes left. So.
Thank you very much for the excellent discussion. Good questions, even better answers. But we should have in mind that we have now heard positions from 3 very, very well-developed ports, yeah, in the western part of Europe. And further down the river, the situation is sometimes quite different when we're talking about, let's say, the perspectives or the conditions for operations and for the development of the port. And just a few issues also which we have put together in several projects. Yeah? One was already mentioned, the Daphne project. They had a follow-up also in another Danube Transnational Program project, the Dionysus, which ended 2022 in December, looking into how are the ports respected and considered in the regional development plans, yeah? And how are they considered not only in the regional development plans but also in the transport master plans, yeah? And then you will see also and will understand why some ports have huge problems with the lack of infrastructure, not only the port infrastructure, not only the port equipment, yeah, but also with the accessibility of the port by rail and by road, yeah? Because when the port infrastructure is planned and then the connected rehabilitation of the connecting road or connecting railway, it's then worse, yeah, because the roads can be built relatively easily, relatively quickly. When the railway connection is not planned or is planned with a different priority in the rail development plan, so then you end up with a lot of problems. I think Marian Bourgeois from LRE can sing a song on that from his wonderful multimodal port in Churchill. What I would also raise the attention is that we have not only the shortcomings in basic infrastructure and in the access infrastructure railroad, we also have and still a lot of administrative barriers imposed by the port authorities. Yeah? We also looked into this along the entire Danube in another project called Dante. Yeah? A lot of fees which are only there to collect money, but no services are being brought up. Really, really hard to get these fees also under control and to reduce it. So port governance is still a topic in many countries in the Danube and is a limiting factor for the economic development. We have situations that ports are the least places where a company would like to set up a business, but rather goes for a greenfield location where, let's say, also with the help of EU money, then the infrastructure can be also easier built without, let's say, the limitations of the port authority and their rules. So I think there is still a lot of things which have to be done to make the Danube ports really in this, bring them up to the level of fully functional logistic hubs and also then the engines of economic development in the Danube region as they are certainly in big parts of Western Europe. Work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments, more questions? I see Albina.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Elvina from Alice. I wanted to speak louder because it's quite complicated to hear from here. But by the way, the discussion was really inspiring, and I really liked your comment, Mr. President. I would say, I don't know how to call you. I think it's really also crucial to take into consideration the catchment area around the infrastructures and ports. Some ports are already existing, but business are living. Companies are living because the market is evolving as well. So if we want to improve the use of this inland port, we need the business. And that's why partnership between public and private is necessary. But we need also to engage stakeholders. We need to engage the market in order to assess what they are expecting from inland ports, because it's aging infrastructures, and perhaps this should be evolved in regards with the business and the company's needs. So we should take into consideration these important things, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions left? Answers? I think it's time for a coffee break. So I will close then. I want to thank again our discussants. I think it was a very fruitful discussion. And let's continue to support inland ports becoming the model shift factor in driving the change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much so far. I don't need to mention that we are second on time, as it's, I think, the brand of the Danube Ports Days in the recent years. Thank you very much for our keynote speakers. I would like to hand over some small presents from our side to Marta and to Mr. Kerigyato, who unfortunately needed to leave. Thank you, Jan Christoph, for moderating session 1, and thank you, Denis, for the excellent podium discussion management. We have a coffee break right now, and reflecting on Manfred's comment, excellently teasing the session 2. We wanted to bring really examples from the field. In the recent years, we said, no, these things are not possible. In session 2, we want to show what is possible when it comes to multimodality using ports and especially Danube region examples. So we are at 1500. Coffee break takes place outside. 4:30, we will continue here. Also for the online participants, you can have a coffee over there. It's now allowed. 4:30, we continue here in the room. 3:30, sorry. So it's 3:30, and it's my pleasure to announce that we are continuing the Danube Ports Days 2024. Hope everyone is inside who wants to be inside, and online we are also there at the approximately 30 participants. Session 2 of the day, which as Manfred has already teased it, we want to show what we thought before was impossible. And we have excellent speakers who will show us that it is possible. Cooperation, business cases, customs, all kind of complex and even more complex questions. but my position is again very easy because it's only to hand over to Laura Höranner, also from the University of Applied Sciences in Upper Austria. She is also part of FHO's team in the MultiRELOAD project, and she will torture our 4 colleagues here around the desk. And Mr. Alex Krachun is hopefully also online. He is lucky because he will only be online tortured, so he will not suffer. I hope he's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Then we are complete. So without further ado, I hand over to Laura. The next 90 minutes are in your hands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to open this session 2, also on the topic of modal shift in freight transport. And I think this topic is very central and important to the future of logistics and supply chains, but also to our broader efforts in sustainability and economic resilience. Today, we would like to explore the practical aspects of making the modal shift a reality. So by investing in terminal infrastructure, adopting technologies and fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors, we can create a more efficient and greener logistics network. And the challenges are complex, but the potential rewards like reduced emissions, improved logistics efficiency, and greater economic competitiveness make it an essential goal. So as we move into the discussion, I encourage us all to think broadly and critically about how we can best support the modal shift. And now we will hear insights from the industry experts, explore examples of successful implementations, and discuss what actions needs to be taken now to ensure that the momentum behind the shift continues to grow. So we have 4 speakers here and 1 online speaker who have prepared a short presentation or a video. And after each presentation, there will be enough time to ask questions and discuss about the topic. So therefore, I would now like to invite our first speaker, Monika Gindel-Mussig, to begin with her input.
That's great. Thank you. So hello, everybody, also from my side. I'm glad about the opportunity to briefly present the Wincon terminal and as well myself to you. Our terminal has been founded in 1979, and since then it has ever been growing and further developing towards the state-of-the-art facility, I'd say, we are today. The terminal is located in the port of Vienna. We are, as you heard already today, a 100% subsidiary of a daughter company of the port of Vienna. As a terminal, we understand ourselves as an enabler on the one hand, as we are talking about modal shift. And on the other hand, I'd say we are an inevitable interface between transport modes. As our terminal facility is a 3-modal terminal, which connects not only road and rail, but also the inland waterway, we do have the perfect circumstances, I think, to further enable modal shift towards environmentally friendly transport modes, such as inland waterway or rail. Just some brief figures about our facility. Some of these figures are fluid, I'd say, because they're volatile. For example, in terms of employees, the presentation says 120. For the time being, we are 127 people. We are operating approximately on an area of 200,000 square meters, which is a small part of the port of Vienna. As you heard, there are 3 million square meters, so we are only a little part of it. Our average handling volume per year is around 500,000 TEU, which is also volatile due to global economics. So last year it dropped. This year we hope to be back at that figure again. We are the biggest trimodal facility in the area, which means that we can store around 10,000 TEU of intermodal units as well, depending on whether you are continental or maritime oriented. So semi-trailers need more space than maritime containers, for example. We are handling up to 130 trains per week if everything goes well, which is not always the situation, as you might know. We do have 8 tracks inside the terminal. We do have 2 transit tracks. Our tracks are partially train long, according to the 10T regulations or targets. We do have 3 gantry trains operating on 1 module of the terminal, and on top we are currently working with 15 ground vehicles in the rest of the terminal. I just mentioned it briefly. In former times we were a pure maritime container terminal, and the development shows that the biggest potential for growth is in continental traffics, where volumes are shifted from road to rail or also to waterway, and this grows much faster, or there's more potential for growth compared to maritime. So we are currently around 40% maritime and 60% continental traffic. So I don't know whether I can move that. Doesn't. The colleagues are moving. Okay, I don't want to talk too much about it. So as I said, for us it matters a lot. I see our contribution in providing capacities to the market. We will probably come to this later on. So on the one hand, we are continuously striving to improve our efficiency, which is a very important point in intermodal. To win surplus capacity out of the existing structures, and of course to expand or extend the capacity by maybe making more area, more space for modal shift in the future. Yeah, we are intermodalists, I'd say. So with everything we own, we of course support modal shift. So I'd say this was it from my side for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Monika, for this interesting insights. Are there any questions from the audience? No? Okay, I will. Yeah, Gerfried.
If I'm also counting to the audience, then I would like.
Of course.
You said 500,000 is approximately the yearly or the annual throughput through the terminal.
Yeah.
What is the maximum capacity? To what size? How many could you handle theoretically per year?
Theoretically, up to 700,000 for the time being. But this, of course, requires a lot of improvement in terms of efficiency. For example, we heard that we are investing a lot into digitalisation, automation. So we have to make our terminal slots shorter compared to what they are now to bring out more capacity for handling bigger volumes. In the future, we hope, if everything goes well, to double the current capacity, which will be up to 1 million TEU per year.
That means we have still capacity on the waterway side.
Of course, there is a lot of capacity on the waterway.
Can work parallelly.
There is, of course, yeah, there is, of course, a lot of capacity on the waterway side, yeah.
That is technically absolutely correct, right? Right.
Okay, I think then I have a question that is also a little bit in Gerfried's side. What specific measures are planned to establish the port as a leading hub for sustainable and efficient multimodal transport, and what technologies or innovations could help increase the efficiency and the flexibility of terminals to handle the growth in intermodal traffic?
Okay, I think one of those have already been mentioned, which is efficiency. It's capacity efficiency, it's energy efficiency, it's efficiency of productivity of workforce. So in all fields, efficiency is key to generating surplus capacities. It's of course also investment in technologies, as Henrike told us before. Since some years we are already operating with roadside OCR gates. Now we are still this year implementing rail-side OCR gates, photo recognition, not only of damages, which is a big advantage, but also for the time being, incoming trains have to be manually inspected, which is a time-consuming procedure, which also holds the possibility for human failure. So, for example, if you implement a rail-side OCR photo gate, you can save up to 1 or more than 1 hour of time in handling trains. So there is efficiency, there is also sustainability. So we strive, of course, also to be as emission neutral as possible, which for the time being is still difficult if you consider that the vehicles that we we work with in the terminal are mainly fuel driven. So as a first step, we stepped away from fossil fuels. The future will, of course, be alternative drives for these vehicles, but for the time being, frankly speaking, they're very expensive. So if you, for example, buy electrical 45-ton ridge stacker, it costs more than double than a conventional fuel-driven vehicle. And that's a very crucial point for terminals because huge investments are necessary. And it's a big question, and maybe we come to this later on, about the funding or subsidizing policies in Europe in this field, I'd say.
Okay, then I have another question. What are, you mentioned the big investments. What are the specific challenges in Austrian or in the European Union in the funding policies for the terminal infrastructure? And how could this be improved or maybe further developed?
As far as I'm aware of it, funding policies are quite different all over Europe. My favorite example is Germany, where terminals are being funded in a very consequent way at a very high level, partially non to pay, they are not to be paid back. The means in Austria it's totally different, and there is a lot of funding for mobility, for freight transport on the road, for example. So Austria funds, for example, 360 million euro for environmentally friendly vehicles for road transport. But the terminal vehicles are not being funded. We are waiting for that since years, but there is nearly no funding. There is a very small funding pot for terminals, which has way less means than, for example, this huge thing, and fund subsidizes are up to 25 to 30%. And this makes a big difference. So when you are a privately operated terminal facility, it's huge investments involved and a high risk, of course, involved. And that's, I think, an issue that has to be solved also by funding and supporting modal shift.
So thank you, Monica, for your inputs. Are there any other questions from the audience now?
Many thanks for this presentation. Is it okay? I would like to ask you a question regarding the implementation of innovation. You are talking about technologies and so on, and we know how much it's quite complicated to implement or to change mindset regarding the technologies for workforce and so on. So I see here that there is a big success for Wincont regarding implementation of these technologies. Would you have some lessons learned to share? How can the other inland ports who are facing challenges in order to implement this could benefit from your experience?
I think that another very important point is information management, for example. So I mentioned before also digitalisation. So we cooperate with projects such as MultiRELOAD and others, mainly as a contributor of data. Yeah? And I think that's a really crucial point because information management is also an enabler of success as a terminal or as an inland port or hinterland port or hinterland terminal, because if we become part of substantial information flows, this is also a boost for us. And that's why we invest a lot of energy and time by contributing information, operational data and information to all kinds of systems. And as we know in Europe, I'm mainly talking about rail, but I suppose it's the same thing with inland waterways. There is a very heterogeneous situation in terms of data flow, of regulations. So we try to support as far as possible a standard, yeah, in information management, for example. Of course, there are also other items such as there is autonomous moving vehicles, which for us, for the time being, due to our structure or infrastructure, is not as important. But I think there are lots of innovation-based measures one can take.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I would like to come to our next speaker, Herfried Leitner, and I think he wants to start with his video.
Yes, I would like to. Now it's me to torture the whole auditorium. So I would like to show you a video which we have done as TTS in the MultiRELOAD project, where we just tried to move bulk material cargo to the river side and to containerize it. So
we,
enjoy.
TTS Austria, are part of the TTS group, which is headquartered and stock exchange listed in Bucharest, Romania, and are extremely thankful to the European Commission for the funding of the MultiRELOAD project. This project was funded under the Horizon Innovation Action Program, and it gave us the opportunity of trying completely something new on the inland waterways. As proud members of Pro Danube International, which is the business association where innovation like ours can be brainstormed and spinned off, we developed ideas on how to support the NIAID's 3 targets to increase at the end the volumes in the waterborne sector. We all know the inland waterways are well known for the capability of transporting huge volumes. On the other hand, inland waterways are not always an option for small and mid-sized customers, which do not have a minimum order size for the vessel, which is normally and mostly somewhere about 1,000 to 1,500 tons. And exactly this is where our idea in this innovation took place. We introduced very special equipment, which was in our case pallet-wide bulk containers. Those containers were then loaded directly from the top at the silos on the countryside, 100 kilometers away from Vienna, trucked to the port of Vienna, and then directly loaded onto the vessels. Afterwards, we completed the loading of the vessel by combining the containers with bulk material to complete a full shipload. So in fact, we at the end had a combined transport of bulk material and containers from the countryside in Austria to its end destination, Sofia in Bulgaria. Supported from the Romanian ship owner, Navrom, we then sailed from Vienna to the port of Lom in Bulgaria, where we then discharged the containers and trucked them directly to the place inside the country, inside the city of Sofia. What are now the learnings from our TTS demonstrator? First of all, it is possible for the sector to come up with innovations and prove the execution of it. It was a big experience, a big learning, some hurdles, of course, but nothing what could stop the idea from being executed. Secondly, we are opening a completely new market. Think about the endless possibilities and advantages of using pallet-wide bulk containers. Suddenly, you can combine, for example, 100 tons of sunflower seeds from one customer with 400 tons of corn from another and 50 tons of grains from a third one. And you can do this from the countryside. You do not even need a silo in the port of loading any longer. But not only this, from now on, you can load any kind of bulk material from the top into the container. Sand, fertilizers, agricultural products, chemical granulates, and you can all of them combine on the same vessel. It goes even further than that because the containers are pallet-wide. It can even carry any conventional product backed on Euro pallets, as for example, paper, electronics, timber, furniture, anything you can think about and anything what a truck is normally transporting nowadays. And the best thing in it, from the countryside to the countryside and completely weather independent. As we, inside the TTS group, are extremely amazed about the endless possibilities. We truly hope that the market will pick up this innovation and support the green way of transporting their products in the future on the inland waterways.
It was torture enough.
And
So you don't want to say anything to the video? Yes.
there was no offers from Hollywood or whatever. I think my performance was not so well. No, jokes beside. I mean, this is something which I would like to share here with today to show that that we need in the inland waterway sector some new ideas. As ship owners, you know, to the TTS group is belonging Navom as one of the biggest ship owner on the Danube. We see over the last 20, 25 years that the order size gets smaller and smaller. And that's really something what is threatening our industry, at least big ship owners like ours, like us, where we are transporting in one go 8, 9 barges or 10, 12 barges on the lower Danube. So with the order size, it becomes more complex, of course. So you, instead of loading 10,000 tons of some materials somewhere in one port, you are today maximum having 1,000 or 2,000 per port call, which you're doing per vessel. And that, of course, is extra costs. I mean, that means the big vessels have to stand still. And we can see, and when we talk to our customers, order size becomes crucial. Customers on the other side, as the receivers of the products, they want to have 100 tons or 200 tons or 400 tons. They don't want to have 1,000 lots any longer. 1,000 tons means for them also, of course, to store it in silos. So it is also on the side of the shippers or of the receivers, of course, a cost of the logistics. So, and here we try something new with the help of the EU, with the help of the MultiRELOAD funding, to show that it is possible to think outside the box. Today we have heard already thinking about containers. I mean, I think it's not good for our industry to speak only about containers. I mean, it's not addressing the typical container transports, which for example, you have from Hamburg or from Rotterdam to other ports. I mean, we are addressing here completely new product groups and completely new products to the Danube. This is what we try to do. So, I think I said everything. So, yes.
Okay.
So I tortured you 6 minutes now.
So, thank you. Are there any questions?
Did it turn out to be a business?
No, not yet. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because we also had the when does something turn out to become a business? It's a difficult question. I mean, it is, if you want to introduce something new on our intention was not our intention was to show something that it is possible to do. It is now, of course, like I said in the video at the end, it is now, of course, for the industry, together with the ship owners, to come together and to discuss, maybe also with the help of the ports, to discuss what is possible or not. One of the three actors cannot solve the problem alone. It's not possible. We have problems which have to be solved on the port side, because one of the big advantages now, as an example, of river transportation is we are sailing 24/7. We don't know national holidays. We don't know weekends. We don't know Sunday nights or whatever. We are sailing 24/7. And if we come then to a terminal where it was functioning perfectly in Vienna, so I apologize. If we then come. Yeah, if we come then to a terminal which closes on Friday afternoon, for example, I mean, you're losing all the advantages of river transportation. It's simply not possible. And big logistics centers, they have also open 24/7. Yeah, if you're talking about Amazons or whatever. Yeah, but I don't want to compare that. So it's one of the actors. The other actors is, of course, the shippers. When do the shippers consider something to be an alternative to their trucking transportation? Trucking is so easy. I mean, let's be honest. A dispatcher sits there. He books a truck from A to B. Nothing is easier. Can you do me from Vienna to Budapest, the truck? Yeah, fantastic. And that's why when you drive here from Vienna to Budapest, I mean, you see thousands of trucks going in that direction and thousands of trucks going in the other directions. Because the moment you involve river transportation, it becomes complex. It's a question about education. It's a question about dissemination. It's a question about talking with each other. But definitely one thing, the industry will only start to consider it as a service in the moment you can offer a certain regularity. And there comes in then the ship owner. And the ship owners, I mean, it's incredible what that costed since COVID. Since we submitted at the MultiRELOAD project, where we started to think about what to do within the project with regards to multimodality, and COVID came, and then the Ukraine, as the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine was then coming, and we just didn't find any equipment on the market. So it means it's an enormous investment to start a service like that. And then you have to let this service run continuously. No customer, no IKEA, they are all open. I mean, there are big multinationals which came already and said, we are open to discuss about this. What regularity can you guarantee? And that is, of course, the problem. And for a regularity, you need profitability as a ship owner, because none of these reactors is doing it out of his own pocket. Yeah, so that is a clean and clear answer from our side. Yeah. Yeah.
Another question?
Good news. Yes.
I think we have a question from the chat. No?
Oh, that's Alex.
Yes. Good afternoon. Just a quick one for Herfried. Considering Constanza's exports of grain, 25 million on a constant basis, what do you think would be the percentage that can continue its journey in containers in next 5 to 7 years, let's say?
In direction of Germany, I think it was you know me. I didn't work there my whole life in the river transportation segment. So I also worked for container liners and other logistic companies. I mean, I don't see the fantasy to go up to Germany. I see a great fantasy to go up to Budapest. Practically, I see a great, even greater possibility to go down to up to Serbia, and then the further up you come, the more hurdles you have. Yeah, because capacity is one of the huge advantages we have in the river transportation. So it means our full possibilities of delivering good services, reliable, for a decent price, and somewhere, I think, at Budapest, because then you are already in competition with south ports like Koper, Rijeka, Trieste, Monfalcone, or whatever. So I think you have already possibilities there enough, which will take the business from you. Besides, if you're talking about, of course, streams which are coming from Georgia or which are coming from the Caucasus area and so on, which go directly into Constanza, which I have no possibility because of one or the other reason of return cargo or whatever. Then of course you have possibilities to go up to Germany. But through the Main, then as a through the Danube Main channel, I think that is then the bitter end. So I think Kelheim is the end destination. And if you would ask me what are the possibilities, I mean, we would talk most probably about a few percentage to take from this business. But we cannot start with that, Alex. That's the point. I mean, we need as ship owner, I can only tell you what we would need is a good starting destination and a good end destination, and then start to build this and show to the market this is what we can do, and then expand it to another port. In the moment you split it up in 4, 5, 6 different ports, it's impossible to manage, I think, from a cost perspective. Logistic wise, yes, from a cost perspective. Yeah.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Herfried, to your successful demonstrator. What I was wondering is do you think there is any possibility that ESG or CSRD reporting or regulation will help making your demonstrator a business model for? Because, or is it so without reach cost-wise that you say not even that will help us in the near future?
I will not make a political statement. I will say it as I see it, and no, for the big ones, they don't care. Logistic, the supply chain for them in a transport chain or in a supply chain, the part of river transportation just makes no difference to them. I mean, we talked about them. What does it mean to you? Greening, and if we as river transportation green to 100%, does that have any impact? I mean, our CO2 or our general emission pollution is so high that this is a very small percentage out of it. But you have to but Fritz, there's of course a but, and the but is very clear. In the moment we would have a fair pricing of the CO2 in all of the countries, and they would go directly to the chain, or all what we have heard already, to internalize the external costs, then in the moment, then you have an effect which would help. Yes.
Another question? No? Then, Herfried, thank you for your great video and your input. And I would now like to invite our third speaker, Sultan Fabian, to begin with his input.
Okay, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here. And yeah, the presentation is just arrived. So I would like to use the following minutes just to introduce ourselves. And I would like to start it to show you how big is the cake, how big is the Hungarian market. So if you see the total Hungarian throughput is nearly 700,000 TEU. It was a little bit bigger in 2022, and it's a little bit less in 2023 due to the several impacts on the very long supply chains and the disturbance caused that the traffic was decreased. You can see that these features are collected both for kind of intermodal traffic flows. I mean, both the maritime, the intra-European, this new Silk Road, and the Ukrainian traffic. Hungary is handling these 4 kind of different intermodal freight flows. The biggest share is for the maritime freight flows. If you see this 700,000 TEU total volume, that we can say that The half of it are the laden maritime containers, and the remaining part, the empty maritime containers, the intra-European traffic, which is about 50,000 TEU, and the remainings are the new Silk Road and some Ukrainian freight flows. The next slide, please. Should I make it? I can try it. No problem. Ah, thank you.
No, it's too far.
One back. Oh, that's. If I see the Danube traffic, just in intermodal aspects, that the features are not so nice. You can see that the traffic features on the Danube is much less, and you can see that there is a big impact on 2022 and 2023 on the traffic. It's very clearly show the impact of the war between Ukraine and Russia to the intermodal traffic in Hungary. It's simply, if you see the intermodal traffic on the Danube, we need the road, the Danube itself, we need the equipment, and we need the traffic flow. That's so simple. We don't need anything else, theoretically. Practically, always something is missing from the three. So either we don't have vessels, or we don't have enough traffic flow, or the Danube water level is low. I know the vessel owners are always complaining because from one time the bridges are too low, from second time the water level is too low in the Danube. So every time there is some problems on the Danube, I know, from the aspects of vessel owners also. But it's true that in 2022, due to the impact of the war, significant capacity went down to the lower side of the Danube to do their business over there. They could do it because the price level from the Ukrainian or Romanian Danube port to Constanța was quite lucrative. We are talking about 100 euro per ton, which was a good signal for every vessel owner to done their business over there. This meant a huge lack of capacity in the middle side of the Danube, which was allow us much narrower possibilities to do our business on the Danube. So that's why you can see a much less volume on the Danube, much less intermodal traffic on the Danube. Oh, okay, and let's speak some words about us. We are the only three-modal container terminal, only operational three-modal container terminal in Hungary presently. We are a neutral terminal. We have two private owners, and we are acting as a neutral player on the Hungarian market. We are happy to work together with anybody, let it be private railways, public railways, private vessel owners, or other partners. So we don't have any preferences like our competitors who belongs to this and that railway company, and they are preferring that their services. Regarding the layout of the terminal, regarding the aspects, we are working, the total territory of the terminal is roughly 14 hectares. We are sitting in Budapest port. Budapest port on itself, it's 140 hectares area, and the container terminal is only the part of Budapest port. You can find many other ports dealing with other kind of cargoes like grains, break bulk cargo, fertilizer, and so on. So we are the container terminal in Budapest port, and we have a storage area roughly 12.5 hectares, and we can store roughly 7,000 TEUs, plus we have around 110 parking place for the craneable semi-trailer businesses. We are working with one RMGs and many mobile container handlers. I would like to agree with Monica in the respect that when we are thinking about the greener port logistic and we think about to change the equipment, we are struggling how to change it for a much more expensive assets, container handling equipments, while there is no chance to apply on the tender of CEF or other, which is controlled by SYNER or DG Move, because I think the DG Move and SINA are also afraid about any kind of assets and any kind of equipments which have wheels, because they are afraid that they can somebody steal from the port and use it on other location. So that's why the DG Move and CEF tender doesn't support any kind of handling equipments in the multimodal packet, which is quite funny because we are talking about multimodal packets. This means that we have to load and unload some cargo between the transportation mode, but no handling equipment is supported. That's life. However, instead of that, that's the funny, if I see the winners in the multimodal packet of Hungary, then the winners are the truck parking places. They are a real multimodal projects. So that's life, and that's our possibilities, how we can be a greener port. We can finance ourselves, no other option we have. So, but back to the terminals, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So back to the terminals, we can provide a very wide scale of services, all of them around the containers, so we can repair them, we can store DG cargoes also on the terminal. And to confirm it to Mr. Leitner, we are working all around the clock, so 24/7. So all terminals are closing on working on weekends, except us, I think, both three terminals. So we are working all around the clocks, and we are happy to see the vessels arriving to our terminal. And last but not least, I would like to show some features, or I can say that we are handling the half of the traffic of Wincont. So we had roughly 240,000 TEU turnover last year. It means around 2,500 trains, and it's sad to say we handled 38 vessels or 38 voyages, let's say, because sometimes we are handling 2-3 barges in one voyage. So that's the traffic share of our terminal. Thank you for the attention.
So thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? No, I will have the question. I start with the question. What policy changes do you believe would be most impactful in supporting the modal shift in your region, and what role should the governments play? Because you mentioned the funding of the handling equipment. What other?
Well, if I can summarize in one sentence, in one word, the Hungarian Federation of Inland Port, together with some experts, made a master plan for the Danube. It's so-called, it's the general plan for the Danube. It was approved by the Hungarian government. This master plan touches several parts around the Danube. It touches the legal things, the legal steps the government should do. It steps all the bottlenecks, all the thing to help to improve the traffic on the Danube. Nothing was happened. So it's on the table of the Hungarian government. They don't need to find out a game changer method. They just have to follow the master plan and do it step by step. They are not so difficult things, but if I just want to mention one legal, it's just one small legal step. If you would like to deliver some containers on the Danube, and you would like to deliver by barge more than 20 containers, which is not the Emma Maersk size, let's be honest. So, but over 20 containers, you have to have the same license and same permissions than if you would deliver dangerous cargo on the Danube. You have to have the same separation from the other vessel. You have to follow the same reports in Hungary. Exactly the same. Why? Somebody seems to be, it's a container phobic in the government. I'm fully believe. So we made several suggestion to the Hungarian government how to improve in legal field, in infrastructure field, how to improve the equipment in the port to be able to offer better services on the Danube and to be able to transfer some traffic to the Danube. Because if I see the real things from intermodal aspects, I have to underline. From intermodal aspects, the Danube traffic is sometimes more expensive than the rail and the road, but less reliable. But hopefully the transit time is double or 3 times more than the before. So from this position, it's a winner position for sure. No, you don't have.
There is a question from the online participants, if I have seen correctly.
Yes, please. Mr. Papini. Oh.
It's a great pleasure for me to meet in online a very old friend, which we had years of cooperation in transport containers on the Danube. Our company is a Danube container operator specialized in this kind of transport. And we are on this market from 2005. And fortunately, I must say, as the other speakers said, in the last 2 years, the container traffic on the river transport is decreased and decreased up to 0 at this moment. And it's really pity. And the effort of Mr. Littner and the effort of Mr. Fabian are really very appreciate, because it's very important to obtain finally multimodal transport on the Danube. It's our partners had big fleet available, specialized fleet, both container vessel, river port container vessel. As container operators, we invest a lot in preparing loading, discharging programs able to guarantee multi-port navigation, multi-port operation, and almost for nothing. I congratulate my friends, and I hope in a better time. Thanks a lot.
Okay, perfect. Another question?
Sorry, may I react? Yeah. Just one word to Ovidiu. He knows me very well. First. He knows me very well because I cannot count how many projects we try to make it come only, and I have to underline that we are working with iHorse Logistics since 2012. The most important thing over the multi-stop system is also nice. It's something we can try it, and if you remember in the past, we also had such kind of services where we used the multi-stop system for the container liners. But the first and most important thing that we have to identify the traffic flows we can use for the Danube. It's definitely not the maritime traffic, I'm sorry to say it, because if you see the first thing that we have to identify a traffic flow which is matching the way of the traffic flow with the way of the Danube. If it's not matching the two traffic flow, it's impossible to do it on the Danube. I'm sorry to say that. So in this respect, I see some breakthrough points in the middle corridor of the Silk Road, what Mr. Leitner already mentioned, and I see also some breakthrough point in the intra-European traffic. There's two things could be a kind of solution or kind of traffic on the Danube, but we should forget the maritime traffic, because the maritime traffic, at least presently, is really not matching mostly the way of the Danube flow. I'm sorry.
I fully agree what Sultan said now. I mean, otherwise, if we go for the maritime business, I mean, we're talking mainly about empty repositioning. That is always only a question about money. That's what it is. So no, we have to find our own markets in the inland navigation together with the ports and together with the companies. Yeah, and there are companies which are transferring hundreds and thousands of tons per week from A to B. We just have to identify them and somehow make use of them and transfer a share of it together with other customers.
Just a very small question regarding statistics. On your last slide, you had two figures of TU. One was handling, one was turnover, if I thought it the right way. What is the difference? Is it one is just reaching your terminal, but is not being handled by your terminal, or what is the difference between those two figures?
To say frankly, there are two way of or how to calculate the traffic. The ports are calculating per handling.
Yeah.
So that's, but you say that's 450, I don't know how much, 450,000. That's the handling. So when I load or unload a container, that means one TU handling.
Yeah.
The second one, the lower number, that's why I mentioned that we have the half of the traffic what Wincont is making, the 240,000 TUs, that the throughput. That means that one TU container is going through the terminal, means one TU. That's the difference.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your input.
Talk is over.
Then I would now like to welcome Gerhard Gussmark to start with his input, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. We focused a lot on containers, so I'll try to widen our picture, maybe to other cargoes successfully transported on the Danube. May I have my presentation, please? Yes, thank you very much.
3 seconds later, yes.
Nice picture from our port in Krems. Please, the next slide. Just one slide here.
No.
It's already
Super. Just one company slide, as I'm representing the Rhenus Group, which is in fact a family company, but a very big one. So Rhenus has about 40,000 employees. Family company is a very romantic expression. So I'm sure it's the same pressure as in all other big companies, but it's owned by a German family, the Redmann family. And it's not only logistics, but the Remond is involved in recycling business, as well as Saria, and some transport of not only of cargo, but people, the trans staff. So it's a very big group. Next slide, please. So I'm responsible for our two Danube locations in Regensburg and in Krems in Austria. And I like to share, or I always show this map here, also to my German colleagues, as you see that it does not end in Krems, but we are in the middle of this transport chain of this Rhine-Danube corridor. And especially this eastwards direction is extremely important for us. And there will be a lot of positive development in this region. And I fully agree also with Manfred that we are very well represented here from Austria, I have to say, honored to say, but we are a small country and there are 9 other countries along the Danube we work with, and we have to work together to develop this Danube corridor. And especially this Black Sea region has been touched today. Is very interesting for the development of multimodal transports in Europe. Please, the next slide. So I tried to present some real business and its business on the Danube taking place today. It's no containers, but it's in big bags. So mainly raw materials from the Black Sea region. Some of you may know this slide, as I had it on this Turkish forum of Manfred. Turkey is a very interesting and important country for us, for our port in Krems. Raw materials coming from this region, and it's a long and complex transport chain. So we start with the seagoing vessel, we go to Constanza, we have direct or indirect handling to barges for a convoy. So we start with 5,000 ton seagoing vessel, then 4 barges, and we go upstream until Austria. Also, might be some challenges on the way upstream, but due to my experience, this can be managed. For instance, the low water is known that can happen, but we have a buffer stock in Krems, and the client knows there could be times where there's low water, and in this case, we have a higher buffer stock to serve the final client, which is then served by silo trucks in this case. In all these solutions, we invested a lot into technical equipment. In some cases, very dedicated for this product and for this client. In other cases, it's flexible mobile equipment that is used to unload the big bags and to load onto silo trucks. It's no rocket science, but it's a complex transport chain, and there are many nodes involved, so there can be something wrong in this transport chain. So it's about a professional way of doing this business, because also if Constanza, there's a mistake in Constanza, or the barge operator, the barge is not 100% clean and dry, we have the influence on the full transport chain. But that works for many years. These are very consistent and long-term clients in this case. I also have to mention we are under constant review. So that works, but in the last 5 years, our clients forced us to investigate and to evaluate all other options, by container via Copa, by direct trucking, other way around via Rotterdam, by railway. So this is also very important to have constant talks with the client, to be in a constant communication with him, to give him also this feeling that he is a very good logistic partner who takes care of his cargo and who takes care of the logistic costs, which are in fact most important for every client. Okay, I think that's it for the introduction.
So thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Because Zoltan mentioned the difficulty with the handling equipment at the terminal, you are now showcasing something which is there. Did you do that by your own, meaning financial aspect? And did you develop it content-wise or function-wise? Did you develop it together with the client, or how did that go with the equipment itself?
There are several options to have these investments. Part of it is done by us on our risk. Bigger investments are made together with the client. And depending also on the contract we have, if you have a 10 years contract, you can have another investment via this contract, and some point of time the investment costs end, and then we can use this equipment even longer. So it's depending on the contract, on the client, on the product as well.
So there are indeed customers who are willing to invest together with the IVT.
At least we found some.
Okay.
But of course, I mean, it must be said what Zoltan was talking, or what Monica said, is Scandric cranes, yeah, which have a capacity of 30-40 tons. I mean, we are talking here about an investment, completely something different, yeah. And that is a business then. What?
6 million for the piece.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you have three, you have to renew them after a certain
Yes.
period.
Yes.
And if you consider how small the services that we produce,
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting, yeah, you cannot just double
Yeah.
the cost for one handling.
Yes.
Because the market will refuse to pay for that. So how
Yeah.
can this be handled?
But I think if I may just continue, yeah, this kind of products and so on, how many customers per year do you meet who have demands so complex like this ones, where you really can make a difference as river transportation, right?
Yeah, it's a handful.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So we have to make it more attractive. I mean, that's what we all try. Yeah. Thank you.
I have also, once again, a question for all of the speakers. You are representing ports community and so on, and you are inside a room where there are a lot of posters from EU projects. So I would like to ask you all how EU project could also support you as key stakeholders, as private stakeholders. Do you see any connection or opportunity to collaborate with this project or to benefit from this innovation and to implement afterwards? Does it make sense to collaborate with all of them? Do you get my point?
No.
I
But
mean,
now we are very polite.
No,
Sandra said no. I said
I mean that this discussion is under the topic of the user forum. Today, there are a lot of projects which are represented, so funding by the EU Commission. And within the project, we are developing some innovation in order to support the attractiveness for inland waterway or improving port operation. So we are working in a silo, I would say. So what would we need now is the support or the collaboration with key stakeholders, key users of these technologies. So my question is, do you see any opportunity to collaborate or to connect with this EU project to benefit from this innovation, which will be helpful for your own operation or for your own interest as well?
I didn't get the point. I'm sorry, because
I think that acoustically, I think what you mean, Elvina, is how we are dealing practically with the other projects. How do we get it out to the customer, or the customers get knowledge about?
Yeah, and
or the potential users are getting knowledge about it. Do I understand that correct?
I think it's this point indeed. See how you could benefit from, because we are developing some innovation which could be useful for you. You are developing by your own, in your own company, some technologies, but also projects funded by the EU are also striving to develop innovation and technologies which will help for further improvement in different areas. So perhaps a connection, or you could also test or trial some innovation in your own boards or companies, something like that.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
So if I well understood your question, of course, I would like to divide two parts my answer. First of all, okay, the container terminals, frankly speaking, it's not a rocket science. So we don't need to find out new technologies from the nothing, because to say frankly, if we see the container ports, how they are operated, they find out everything before us. We just, mostly we need to implement in lower scale the opportunities or the solutions used by the container port. So it's a good example always. But to answer it from other hand, of course, we are participating in many projects which are developing new technologies or new opportunities for the container terminals. You see the slide which showed the Vincont logo in MultiRELOAD project, which means that they are participating in that project. I can confirm you that we are also participated in Interreg Access Mile project. We are participated in in other projects like as Transcend projects, it's nowadays it's on the way, and time to time we are working together with other ports and other terminals to find out new technology. So yeah, to say frankly, I know all the other representatives on these tables. We have the connection with each other. So I think all the Danube port representatives knows each other alongside the Danube. So there is no secret things or no hidden technologies which we hide before each. Am I right, Monica?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to add, it's the same with us. We're part of many projects where we contribute. The ones you already said, we are part of the EDIC project, for example, where we're also a contributor of substantial data to enlarge the data chain throughout intermodal transport. But I think there is something else which unites us, which is not technologies. If we consider the 10T regulations to be one day, maybe, and if we want to be a 10T core terminal, there is certain circumstances to be considered, be it the track lengths, be it many items that you have to fulfill as a terminal on the one hand, and then I come back to the our common interest. How will this be financed? Yeah. So I mean, and we have to stay together also in that thing as inland ports and terminals, I think.
Yeah, and there's one more thing I would like to add, and I think also here today in this great session here, which Robert and his team arranged. I mean, we are missing, if you look in the round here, we are missing the industry here. We are missing really to get somehow the industry, the big industries on the table to sit with us and to listen and to hear this, what Elvina said. I mean, to listen to the innovations which are taking place, because I love you all. I mean, this is clear. I mean, we see each other a few times a year, and that's fantastic. But we have to get it somehow. We have to get big industries here. That is really, I think, where we all have the difficulties of it. Yeah. And as Gerhard Gusmark said before, it's the same with us. I mean, we have a handful of customers per year, which are requesting something more important. Maybe something more, something, how to say, more exhausting for us to calculate, but otherwise they're coming with a clear idea and say, offer me rail or truck from A to B, and that's it, and storage of 1,500 tons or whatever. Yeah. So we have to get the industry here. That's my opinion on that. Yeah.
Well, just one thing in addition. Under the bottom line, it's a very common thing in logistics for the industries. Under the bottom line, it matters what the price is. Yeah? And I think there will be a small shift as soon as ESG reporting and Scope 1 perspectives will win importance, because then the industries have to think about their financing. Yeah? But until now, no matter how innovative and how creative and how collaborative you are, under the bottom line, price matters. And as long as there is not more pressure on the economical or environmental view on it, yeah, it will always be difficult if you are not competitive, as long as the external costs are not considered for road, monomodal road transportation. There's lots of things that hinder us, yeah, to be competitive. Just wanted to.
Yes, and I would like to add, I mean, I was shocked yesterday when I drove here to Budapest. How many trucks are there? I mean, it's only a question of time. Let's be honest, it's only a question of time until you have 3 lanes there.
Yeah, go further on to Romania.
Yes.
You can stand 30 kilometers in line at the border. Traffic line.
So if that is the solution, what the political solution is, that we build then 3 lanes and 4 lanes and 5 lanes of highway, then that's it. Yeah, I mean.
May I add something because absolute correct that
Shortly, please.
Sorry?
Just shortly, please, because
Yes.
we want to give Alexandra also the chance to
Okay, yeah.
say something.
And very short, direct trucking is the biggest competitor, especially at the current market situation. Trucking is fully transparent, trucking prices are extremely low, and we see also business with a long distance and high tonnage where direct trucking is the winner. But please, not only the regulatory measures are important, but also, let's say, knowledge about multimodal transport and education, and also this knowledge at the freight forwarders. I mean, we sell modal shift solutions, and we start internally. So there are Rhenus freight forwarding offices who are not familiar with barge and rail and combination. This has to be explained, and we have to do a full cost calculation and compare the solutions. I think, and the knowledge starts in the schooling, in the education, in the apprenticeships. I have to mention it's very positive what Via Donau FH Steyr does in Austria. This must be continued and even more developed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then I would like to ask our last speaker, Alexandro, to begin with his input, please.
Thank you very much. I will share the presentation right now. It's okay?
Yeah, please.
Good. I will do it very shortly to leave room also for a little discussion. So it's about DP World. This is the company for which I'm working, and this is the company who is managing the terminal, container terminal in Constanța. Some words about the company. It's a multinational company who started in the port sector, but gradually expanded into logistics. Now it has activities in logistics in economic zones. It's a company that is originating from Dubai. The one from Dubai is the biggest economic zone from the world. Ports and terminals and marine services. Some companies like P&O who are doing maritime services in DP World. Well, Constanța was the first business that DP World did in Europe in 2004. It became operational. Now the terminal that started as with 335 hectares, it has gradually developed into about 1 million square meters terminal, which is not just a container terminal. It also had recently additions as Ro-Ro terminal, project cargo terminal, and the last developing phase right now is into a logistics zone that will have a 50,000 square meters warehouse. Well, these are in a nutshell. This is the international connectivity of the terminal. The major routes that are covered, of course, is the traditional one with Southeast Asia and the rest of the world through the Mediterranean. Now getting around Africa, not from Suez anymore, and the eternal hope of Middle Corridor. And regional connectivity, well, we are not constricted, and we are not just developing Constanța terminal. We are also having another intermodal terminal in Aiud, which was opened this year. We have a branch, freight forwarding branch in Bucharest. Novi Sad is also operated by DP World, and also we have a branch in Budapest. This is just the regional connectivity that DP World has. Well,
This was my short presentation. Now,
So perfect. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yeah, please.
Alex, I have only one question about, I see the DP World logo in Budapest also, and I heard some rumors about the intention of DP World to build up a terminal in Budapest. What is the hinterland plan of DP World in Central Eastern Europe? Would you like to intend to build up a terminal also in Vienna?
well, Zoltan, I've also heard some rumors about the intermodal terminal in Budapest. I spoke with Bence, but it's nothing. It's just some ideas in some heads. So it's nothing so far. And Vienna, it's farther away than that. So no. And yeah. I can tell you more about Romania because this is my current focus. But as far as I know, for Budapest, it's rumors and it's nothing that will come true in the next term, or let's say middle term.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
Good afternoon, Alex. Manfred Seitz speaking.
Manfred.
Alex, maybe you can say a few words to your new services connecting Constanța also with Karasuk in Turkey. We had the pleasure to have you here on the 6th of June in the wonderful workshop looking into the cargo potentials between the Danube region and Turkey. So how is it going?
Manfred, is going very, very well. The loading factor of the ship has reached about 90%. Let me say some words about it. So this is the first service inaugurated between Constanța and Turkey, Karasuk, Ro-Ro service. That is, it's a ship coming every 2 days in our terminal. So far, we had about 60 voyages. They missed just one voyage because of the heavy winds we had in Constanța. And we are trying also to change that, because not having proper Ro-Ro activity, the port doesn't know how to handle this business. And the regulation is applied to all of the ships, so it doesn't discriminate between an oil tanker and a Ro-Ro vessel. So what an Ro-Ro vessel can do in some winds, an oil tanker cannot do. So we are trying to modify that to have even less days that the port is closed. So coming back to the service, one ship every 2 days. It loads about 100 vehicles. It unloads about 100 vehicles. It started on 4th of July, and it started with 60% loading factor and gradually came to 90% loading factor. I anticipate that in the next 3 months we will have another ship on this service. So we will have a ship every day. And the next phase is to have a ship during the day, a ship during the night. We managed to do this because this is fast-moving cargo. It leaves the terminal in about 6 hours. 80% of the cargo leaves the terminal in about 6 hours. And this is a major breakthrough from the former performances that we had as a port, when cargo left the port in about 2 days. So this is the reason that the line is successful, mostly because it led to the half of the it is doing the same time in half of the time the thing that is doing the same job in half of the time. So to get from Turkey to Central Europe using roads and via Balkans, it takes you about 4 days. Using Ro-Ro, it will take you about 2 days. And because we saw that we grow more courageous, and next week we will do a workshop together with the biggest car manufacturers in Romania, because Turkey is the biggest exporter of automotive spare parts to Romania. And what we are trying to do is to put some part of these semi-trailers and trucks that are coming through this Ro-Ro line, to put them on barges and on Ro-Ro wagons, and to ship them to the factories, Ford and Renault factories, Dacia factories in our country. And this is what we will do next week. We will meet together with all the involved stakeholders, Ministry of Transportation, logistics, from Renault, from Ford, to understand how can we do this better. Hopefully, we will have some results to show also. This is the status that I have for the Ro-Ro line. Manfred, did I respond to your question?
Yes, I'm happy to hear, but I think it was also discussed in the panel. We have to look for new cargo, and the Turkish markets have some potentials. Yeah, that's for sure. But once we get the cargo to Constanța, then we have some chance also to get some. Yeah, not everything, but at least some of them could also be good enough to be transported on the Danube. So, Alex, I think we will continue with the workshop with our Turkish friends in May, June next year. We are ready to come, as we have agreed, to Constanța on your invitation.
Great.
Next Danube Port Days. Alex, also one question from my side, and first of all, congratulations, of course, to this achievement. I think this is good, and certainly for to show what is possible intercontinental and over the Black Sea. My question is with regards Novi Sad. I mean, you had some plans in Novi Sad to modernize and to do something maybe with containerization or with cranes. Is there any development on this? Have you started to consider something in that direction, or?
Well, Herfried, it's not real my focus, Serbia for the moment. But as far as I know, because I participated in some meetings, the, let's say, 5 years plan for developing, for Novi Sad developing has been approved and is going further. So hopefully we will start to see some changes over there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we are at the end of our discussion, and it's clear that a sustainable, efficient future in logistics require collaboration, innovation, and also commitment from all the sectors. So let's continue working together, maybe also next time with the industry, and to transform our logistics system in ways that benefit both the economy and also the environment. So thank you to our speakers and also to the audience for the interesting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And big thanks to Laura to organize this user forum session inside the MultiRELOAD day or half day. Thank you all for the lively discussion, and I think this is the way to continue. So we have heard some keywords. If I want to summarize, it's not a rocket science, can be managed, complex, but still. So I think there is future. And we also need to, of course, take note. And personally, I'm fully okay that we did not discuss that very much in detail, but we see a very important comment in the chat section that we obviously need the proper fairway conditions and navigability conditions all around the year. But again, can be managed. I think that wording came from Gerhard, that there is always, where there is a will, there is always a solution. So I think we could be absolutely proud that we could bring together 5 members of Pro Danube International, and we know the way forward. We need also members who bring the cargo to you and the handling equipment, the cranes, the water. So we have a potential to grow the number of the members of the association. So thank you very much for this day. Next, I will not do a very long closing session, but I would like to ask the colleagues to put the slide with the cruise information on the screen. Unfortunately, the online participants will not be able to join that, so there is no live streaming for GDPR reasons. There is no live streaming for the cruise or of the cruise. You have received the very same information, what you will see in a few seconds. You have received it from the calendar entry and the email from Charlotte in the practical info kit. Exactly. We have it on the agenda. You can also take now a picture of the QR code with your smartphone, which directly get you to those latitude, longitude coordinates. But I can confirm it's not a quest, so everyone will receive dinner, and it's not a competition who is there first, but we offer 2 solutions: either that we meet sharp at 6:15 at the Metro 1 station at the Bajzóutca, which is the other side of the main street over there in direction Vörösmarty tér, 6:15, or if you want to travel alone, or you have other plans, you want to be there earlier, or at 6:45 at the vessel, which is moored at the Vigadó 5 station. So you will see a mooring station numbered 5. So option 1 is 6:15 metro station at Bajzóutca. Please don't forget to buy a public transport ticket. You can either download, there is a Budapest Go application, and we checked in the morning. There is also an operational, that's very important, an operational ticket vending machine which speaks Hungarian, English, and German, and you can use all kind of credit cards and debit cards to purchase a ticket. A single ticket is 450 forints. Very important that in either of the ways, the vessel leaves at 1900. So that's the reason to be on the safe side, either 6:15 at the metro station or 6:45 at the mooring station. Please keep your badges. We will use those tomorrow as well. And I'm looking at Charlotte and Christian. I think I did not forget anything. Ticket, and please take a picture either of the slide or of the QR code that leads you there. Thank you very much for the very lively session today. Great thanks to the organizer team already for day 1, speakers and moderators, and see you soon. Thank you.